So for this, then we went into look at the concepts of valuation. What are the concepts? What are the, we talk about price. We thought land. I mean, we thought land concept of price, value, and cost. So we say price may or may not equal to value, but price eventually become cost to a person. And went to the principles of valuation, the purpose of valuation, and we cover the various bases of valuation. We're going to detail what is market value, what's market rent, and the various bases of valuation. So today we're going to go deep into the valuation itself. Okay, now we're looking at the calculation aspect of it, of the mathematics of it, or the methodology of it, how to do valuation on this. So that's, we're doing session 5, and we have a break. Then we have session 6. After session 6, then I'll give you some quiz, and also going to give it an assignment to do over lunchtime. Then after we come back to do the answer for the assignment. So first of all, for session 5, we look at the approaches and methods of valuation. Here we're going to look at the 3 methods, 3 approaches of valuation, and go in detail of it. Here I say outline, we're going to look at this. So as here I put the main approaches of valuation we have. First of all is a market approach. Then we have income approach and the cost approach. So in each approach, there'll be let me in each approach, for this approach, we are based on the economic principles of what demand and supply. So the price equilibrium or rent equilibrium, you look at anticipation of benefits or substitution. And each approach includes detailed methods of valuation. That means in each approach they can have more than one method of valuation on that. But of course, for this introduction course, we're just going to look at 3 primary methods and section 6 itself. So for the approaches of valuation, what we do is that the consideration is for selecting what's the most appropriate, right? What is the most suitable method of valuation, and what is the thing that do we look out for? First of all, that we look at is that we appropriate basis of value, basically at the premises of value. So premises of value in this case, what is it for the purpose for, and then from there we see the basis of value, and we'll determine by what, I say the purpose of valuation. The purpose of valuation will determine us to look at basis of valuation, premise of valuation, and from there then we determine the method of valuation. Secondly is that then we look at the strengths and weaknesses of the approaches and methods to be adopted. Here you need to consider the strength and the weaknesses of it. We were going to share some of these strengths and weaknesses and the various methods that we're going to look at it. The third one is the appropriateness of each method is to be in view of the nature and the type of the property, right? So again, how appropriate is a method, we need to know the nature, the nature, the type of property, very specialized property that that only can use one method of valuation. The approaches and methods are used by the participants in the market of the particular property is also quite a good indication how should look at, because the participants are the one they participate in the market, and from there when they do a transaction, those transactions becomes evidence of value. So that's why we say that how the participants think, how they use those methods, or how they react to the market in terms of transaction will also help us to determine the methods of valuation. Lastly is that for the approach and method of valuation, right, we need to look at the information that is available. So you need the ability of information, right, to be applied to the approach and method to be adopted. definitely we need information. I think from yesterday so far, I mean, just now we have challenged into a collection of data, right? If there's no centralized database from the government or in the collection, then maybe think that it becomes individual firms that collect a database. The more you have, then becomes your so-called competitive advantage. So that's where in some countries, I mean, for the start of the countries that you are actually moving, progressing, you start your own personal data, in-house databases. Then later, nationally, it will come in with the national data to distribute or to be sold to the valuers, to the various people in the industry. So first of all, we can look at market approach. Okay, market approach itself, what do we mean by this? First, we derive the value by comparing subject property with comparable of similar properties that have been transacted. So that means basically we take the position that those transactions that's done in the market are good evidence of value. And so this transactions that's been carried out becomes reference points for which to compare and use for analysis to come up the value of the subject property. Okay. So in this case, for the type of properties can be used for market approach, you can use all transactions where adequate transactions or information are available. I believe in Cambodia, probably those kind of condominiums, the residential properties or houses, you have lots of transactions because I do go look at your portal. You see people like want to sell those kind of condominiums, the houses, the villas, and this thing. In Singapore, aspect I've just shared is that yes, Singapore with the government flats, we call HDB flats. The government actually supplied the information of the data, the transaction. For the private sector, like condominiums, flutter factories, office, SISV itself gets the data from the government and re-managed it or package it in a way that we can sell it to the valuers itself. So in this case, so SISV provide this service. SISV gets the raw data from the government and then repackage it so that this information can be put in a way that is easy for the valuers to search, to use. So that's what we have in Singapore. So sources of data is quite good in Singapore generally, good in Singapore. Then we have then the situation where we use market approach is where the presence of market transactions or information within a reasonable period of time. So that means when there is reasonable period of time, these transactions then to be indication of the value, and say to become the evidence of value. So there will be volume of transactions there to help us to look at the value of property using market approach. I say same thing, because when you have lots of information on the market transactions, similar properties, then we say there are good evidences of the value of the property that we want to value itself. Okay. For market approach is that, it's reasonable period of transactions to be looked at it, and how long is reasonable period. In Singapore, our reasonable period to look at those transactions for us to do a value now, we look at transactions 3 to 6 months before the valuation date itself. Probably later you want to share, for Cambodia, what is the time frame? I'll look at. For us, we feel that, 3 months, in 3 months, market may not move that much. 6 months, market sometimes may move, but if need to, then you need to adjust the time for the transaction. But we have this requirement is that for the valuation for those government properties, the HDB flats itself, we use 3 months period as a reference point. For the banks, they accept a 6 months evidence for our valuation itself. Then we have this, next step we have these transactions is that we compare the subject property, the market transaction of similar properties. As I mentioned just now, is that we're going to have an assignment. I use Singapore information just as a reference. It doesn't matter, it's just a place, a condominium, and then from there you do. Basically, what we need to know is the techniques of doing the valuation itself. The market transactions used for comparison with subject properties are term comparables. That is what we always say. We say, oh, what are the comparables we use? That is a term that we always talk about it. And as I say, it's applicable to all types of properties with adequate market transactions. So I'm sure for you are in this industry, you know your Cambodian market, and you will know that what type of transactions that's available. I know that like in Indonesia also sometimes it's quite difficult to get information that you have to go and find out. You have to talk to people and then, oh yeah, this is this. Then you collect the information. Like in Singapore, we have one category of properties for which also transactions are not easy, is the so-called the shop houses that's sold and resold by the government. You know, we call it HDB shop houses. That means the government had built those shop houses and then they sold in the private market itself. That sort of information we still have to collect individually. We still have to share among the valuers. As you say here, applicable to condominiums, the villas, shops, shop houses, office units, factories and land. So that is a market approach of the broad principles with that market approach. Then we look at income approach itself. Okay, income approach, basically, the concept is what? We look at the present value of the rights to future benefits that derive from the ownership of the specific interest. It's very mouthful. Basically, what are the future benefits we're talking about? What are the rights of this property valuation? The benefits are the future incomes that we get from the place. And here the principle, what we are looking at is the principle of anticipation and change. That means you anticipate that there will change. You anticipate that maybe rental will go up. That's why you want to buy. We think there are benefits, right? Benefits is that the income will go up, or your use can be changed to a higher use, a better use on this, or you find that the property can be enlarged in terms of more floor areas, can be additional floors in there, and there is a potential for you. So it's a principle of anticipation and change, and also principle of demand and supply. We think that in this case, the market, there's going to be demand for the office buildings or offices, investment coming in, and more people want to get the office space, and rental go up. So there's a demand. And if there's a supply is lesser, then you know that rents will go up, income. The landlord has enjoyed more income for a bit. Where is it applicable? Again, here we look at income producing properties, investment properties. In Singapore, we don't buy residential block and then you rent it out in a sense. We may have service apartments for which, yes, then you operate a service apartments and then you get rent from the service apartment. In Singapore, for service apartments, minimum period of rent is 1 week. Because I noticed in Cambodia, you mentioned there are a lot also mentioned about service apartment. So in Singapore, service apartments that you have to stay there for 1 week at least, so that you are not under the category of hotels itself. So in Singapore, with investment properties and residential likely to be service apartment on that. Then income producing properties for us in Singapore, the shopping malls, the office buildings. Then we have also those kind of buildings that is light industry, but allow many tenants to be there. So we have the category that we call the business part users, business users, they are the one to do R&Ds and on bedroom work like the banks or this thing. So they go to a kind of properties that is not all commercial but not industrial. So we created another group called business part users. So the cost approach itself is that the value of property has two components. One, cost approach itself that you look at it that is this a property? You have two components. So value the land and the value of improvements. Okay. So it's based on principles that a buyer pay no more than the cost of obtaining a property of equal utility. That means they're looking from the point of view, hey, what is the cost of me to get this property? Example of cost to get it is I buy the land and I build it up. So that is to use it for that. So that is a cost approach principle that I look at. And from this, the principle they also use as a basis to look at it is the principle of substitution, right? So you look at one property that costs so much to have, and what is compared to the other one if I built it and buy the land and build it. And then the principle of contribution, what can this property contribute? Okay, for this one, you find the cost approach can be used for special properties, purpose properties, or properties where there is a lack of a market activity. Very special, iconic properties. Example, your Angkor Wat. Example, maybe like very specially the properties that maybe museum. Because we don't have say so many museums in the country, right? But want to, or even very iconic ones like Singapore. I mentioned before, we have this called the Flyer. It's like a big ferry wheel where you sit and then you look at sceneries. Singapore with the Esplanade, then Singapore have Garden by the Bay, which is very specialized property. So. And also for non-profit or tax-exempt properties such as religious buildings, educational institutions, certain government buildings on this. So like fire stations, maybe police stations. Actually, fire stations itself, the way they built, right? It could really to train the firemen on that. I know example case is that maybe from first floor to ground floor, you don't use the staircase, you come down the pole, that's the training of this thing. So you have this kind of special purpose property, specialized property for which you may have to use cost approach. If let's say you are asked to value, that property, cost approach may have be one of the basis for you to look at it. Then also in the very specialized property, the industrial sector and the recreational area sector area, then you may have to also have to use this like shipyard, right? Oil refinery. There may be one or two oil refineries in the country. Shipyard also may not be many, so you have to use a specialized one to look at it. Singapore, the oil refineries are in some of them are in the islands itself. Of the Jurong area itself. So you have this specialized one, we look at cost approach because they don't transact in the market. They don't use that refinery to say they get income, but the income is not just from the refinery. It could be a whole chain of production that need to be done before they get a final revenue for the company itself. So in this case, you may look at cost approach for this. So for property tax purposes in Singapore, the cost method is used for the shipyard, for the oil refinery. So for, okay, today, this part, yeah. So for the market approach, right, I mentioned to you that there are many methods that can come under the approach itself. So for market approach itself, we can have this direct comparison method itself, which is the most commonly used one. Under market approach, there are other methods which I find is not suitable in real estate, so I don't put in here. But like for the cost approach itself, also with the cost method. For income approach, you find that under income approach, there are at least three methods to look at it. The income capitalization method, discounted cash flow analysis itself, and the gross income multiplier itself. So there are more than one method in the approach. But the primary method that we're going to talk about it later is the direct comparison method itself, which is the most commonly used one. And then we have the income capitalization method that I'm going to share. And then we look at the cost method itself. So just now we mentioned about the primary methods, right? So the primary methods here, the direct comparison method, income capitalization method, and cost method. There are secondary methods. Okay? We call it residual method, usually for land valuation. Is a combination of use cost approach inside there, and then use a combination of looking at the value of the development, proposed development of this. Basically, residual method I will mention here because we will not cover it in detail. Residual method basically that look at proposed development, you count the value of that development, then you minus the profit the developer will get from the development, you minus the marketing cost from that, then you also minus or deduct from there the construction costs, the professional fees that are involved, that means the architects, the engineers, and this cost in this, and if the financing costs that relate to finance this construction of this, and any taxes relating to the construction that you need to take of it. So Singapore, we have this part of tax called the goods and services tax we have considered. So Cambodia, you may have your own taxation, a tax requirement. Then after that, you also look at the cost of what you cost you even to buy the land. What you estimate is the cost of land. What is the financing cost for you to pay for the land you buy it, and also the property tax that you pay for holding the land. So you deduct all the costs and come up is the net amount that is come the residual value. So that's what we mean by residual method of valuation. Then becomes the profits method itself, using the profits to determine the rent of the property. Basically here itself is actually like an income capitalization method. It's that first you look at profits of the property, example hotel, you got all the revenue, you minus all the operating expenses, then you have a net profit. Then you must allow that the operator has a share in this net profit. So after taking the operator share, we call it tenant share. Left is we call the landlord share. And the landlord share becomes called the rental for the property itself. And from that becomes the rental, you capitalized it. So you use income capitalization method to look at the valuation. So I'm sharing here is that just to have an idea for the secondary method, because we're not going to detail on this part of it. So with this, I want to ask you any question, anything that you want to ask before. I know today it'll be short. I will give you a short 10 minutes break only, because after that we're going to detail calculation, one example of a table of calculation of this thing. So any question, I'll stop sharing for this one, and then any question to ask. Or everybody's still having their coffee. now while watching this session? Any questions? I will not give you a quiz at this session. We'll do it after session 6.
No question, Miss.
No question?
Yeah, no question. Please go ahead.
Oh.
Miss Lee, I have a question.
Sorry?
I have a question, Miss Lee. Just a short question.
Okay, sure. By all means.
For each approach, you have different methods. So a method is valuation method is exclusive, or we can use a combination.
Oh, you can use a combination. Yes.
Combination.
Right.
Okay.
Very good question. You can use more than one method of valuation, and you can. Like for Singapore, when we look at factories, we look at direct comparison method. We also income capitalization method. In this case, we are straddled between two approaches, right? Direct comparison method is under market approach. Then income capitalization method is under income approach. So we straddle between the two approaches on this. Like hotels, you can situation, you may look at it from the point of view, if you get direct comparison method, then you may also see, oh, this hotel is sold on this, and then you able to compare another hotel. So you use direct comparison method. Then you may also use profits method. Right. So you can do more than one method as a check.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. So in courts, in legal cases, courts, somebody to ask you what is a primary method. That means you can use one and then you do the other one as a check of this. Maybe here, since I've done a case where the government took a piece of land from the condominium development owners. This land they taken is just the garden use and some car parks. That means the government took it away. And how do you value it? So actually for me, I actually evaluate based on just like a garden use, because there's no potential anymore for the place. So another valuer did was that he used the income method to look at the car park rental and income, and you capitalize that one. So that is the another method that's being used by another valuer. So it's possible for that. Okay, for this, okay, let me see what's your time now is about 8:40. Can we say I just give 5 minutes break, because then we can look at the second section 6 itself. I just give you a 5 minutes break, and I say maybe come back again. Otherwise, the next one will be quite long, and no, it'll be difficult for you to excuse yourself in the sense of that. So I just give you a 5 minutes break. We come in at 8:45. Okay, your time. So in section 6, we're going straight into the 3 methods of valuation, or primary methods of valuation. We look at direct comparison method, income capitalization method, and the cost method itself. So we mentioned these are the 3 primary methods that we're going to cover. Okay, I'm going to look at the methodology. That means to see what's the process we look at it here. First of all, is that you need to do research. You need to identify the transactions of similar properties. You need to collect this information. You can ask your assistant to help you, your staff or colleagues to help you. I mean, if let's say you do the project together, assignment together, then you verify the data and select the comparables. So because when you start collection, right, you have more data. Then after that, you verify the data. Is it this information? Is it correct? It's not hearsay information. It's actually transacted information. After that, you select the comparables. There are cases in Singapore. We call it is that once the buyer signs the option to purchase, we say that then this information is lodged as a caveat in the system. Then about 10 weeks later, the actual transfer. So when there's a actual transfer, that means this transaction goes through. But there are some cases where they sign the option to purchase and the buyer decides not to follow through. Then in this case, there is not a transaction. So you need to check on that part. You need to verify the data and select the comparables. Yes, for countries or maybe for your site, if you have to collect the information on your own, so whether after you know the information, do you need to buy extra information to confirm that there's the evidence that comparable is the one that actually transacted the sale? Then next is that you need to select the most relevant unit of comparison. What do I mean by unit of comparison? I will share a little more that you need to put the information into a unit rate so that all the comparables have the same unit rate and subject also have the same form unit rate so they can compare. You cannot look at the absolute amount of transaction as a comparison. You need to translate into unit rates itself. Then followed by that, then you do adjustments to the comparables. So you make adjustments to the comparables. After you make, then you have all the adjusted values in it. You need to reconcile it, and then you form your opinion of value. So you develop an opinion of value. So that is a process to look at the direct comparison method, the methodology that we use to look at it. Okay, let's go into greater detail. So where to start, right? Where are the sources to search the transactions of similar properties? There was a question being asked how to do it. It seems there may be a challenge to get it. Yes, each country will have our own challenges of this. I mean, Singapore has also gone through the period at the start where there are situations where we cannot get the database, and each firm collects their own one. Later, we managed to buy those information from the government, so that's where we got consolidated databases. So as a government databases, okay, this part maybe I can suggest a CVEA that maybe you can work with the government, look at this sort of working partnership that maybe look at how do you standardize the database, the data information, and the collection of it, and how you work in partnership and distribute it to the valuers. Then here you have in-house databases. For us in Singapore, I mean, we do have to keep our in-house databases. Besides just the data, the transactions, in Singapore, we do keep the floor plans of shopping malls, apartments, the floor plans or this, so that we can look at the information of the property itself. So in-house database is just not just transactions, even rentals you can collect. As I mentioned to you, in Singapore, rental information is too difficult to get. So we also have our challenges. We do rental valuation, we have challenges also. Then you have property portals, right? You were able to see people, what the people are asking. And from the property portals, you also see whether whether a lot of the units available for sale. That means the supply is a lot in a way, or very few. That means very few. That means actually the demand is taken up very difficult to find property in that development. Okay, in Singapore now, rentals have gone up. So you find that we hardly see in property portals where people say that this place is for rent, the place of rent. So this, when you don't see information of properties for rent, it means you know that the supply is very tight. The supply is very tight, right? So it's nobody advertising in the sense of it, so that you can get engaged. And then from the property portals, you may see what's the asking price on that, and see from there how the market is trending. Right? There are articles on estate matters in newspaper. Example, I know Khmer Times, the one I could see. Then reports and publications. Some reports and publication will show the transactions because maybe the agency, that company did the transaction, so they will share. So you can get information, you can get data, get maybe floor area, even maybe the net of income that for that property. So you get information from these various sources. I mean, example here of this one is that is from your Khmer Times. It says that you look at it is that you know, is to sell 50 million worth of this condo units, like and this big capital. So then you from there can see maybe, oh, this is the price range or the prices they have and what type of development itself. And then maybe you can go down and talk to people there, or you know your professionals or fellow members or fellow valuers who know this. Then that's why you can share information and pull your information together. Okay, selection of comparables. Selection of comparables itself is that the important step on this one, because you need to select, right? And it can be very easy, sometimes can be very difficult because maybe not easy to get the comparables really comparable enough to look at it. So you need to identify the location, the use and time. Right? How far do you look at it? Because sometimes comparables are not very easy to get. In Singapore, the challenge will be location is to actually land sales, land parcel sales. Singapore is pretty built up. Then how do you look at comparables of land? If we say value land in city area, so do you have to go a bit outskirts to look at it and make adjustments? So these are the issue that we may face. So it's very important to identify the location first, and then see how far away from the subject property do you need to look at it on this. The use and the time also is important. So the location, you try and look at a similar submarket with similar characteristics as a subject property as possible. So maybe, perhaps, I mean, in your country, even within, let's say, in the city of Phnom Penh, maybe you got a suburb area in Phnom Penh, that area, the sector, that submarket, that look at it and you look at comparables on that. If not, if you go to another area and you need to make adjustments or rates. So that's how we do. We start with the close by, and your search go beyond the radius of 0.5 kilometers or 1 kilometer, or the way that you know how the various properties are being located and how they relate to each other. So that's why valuation needs local knowledge, local expertise on the part of it. Then the use and that we have looked at is we always compare like to like. Okay? I think that is that's why comparison is like to like, in the sense of that. I mean, sometimes that we cannot compare apple with orange in a sense. So if we look at the office unit, we will look at the office unit. We don't even use a shop unless the shop is one that actually there has been used office, and actually there's no people will go to the shop because it's on the upper floors. Then maybe we look at like what is the proxy is office use. time here, we're talking about what? As near to the date of valuation as possible. Also dependability of date and market cycle inside. So again, here time, I say as close as possible. We try and look within 3 months, then then 6 months. Of course, you need to then is further. If it doesn't further behind in terms of time, then you need to adjust for time factor, market adjustments, all this thing. In Singapore, that's what we find about land parcel. When we do valuation for land parcels transactions, then we may actually go 1 year, 2 years, and that may cause some challenges in the valuation itself. Inspection of comparables may be required. In Singapore, if you look at landed properties itself, every landed property, when I say landed property, means that maybe the villa, we have villas, we have semi-detached houses, we have terrace houses. Okay? Maybe in Cambodia, I say you all drive, a lot of them you all drive, maybe all you have villas, or all you have bungalows, you have your own property in a sense. And then we know that every property, landed property can be different. Some may be 1 story, some may be 2 story, some may be 3 story itself. And then the information you have, you may need to go down and see and take picture, get information in case this report needs to be used for other reasons, like me go in court for other reasons. You have all those evidences available, and also then we can make sure that the way we adjustments we make will be correct, because we have the comparable information as close as to the subject property to be valued. So maybe for Cambodia, you see, I just talked to one of you almost all drive, right? So maybe it's okay, quite convenient that you drive, you know what to do. In Singapore, not everybody drive, so we may have to, like say, take a taxi there, and then we try and look at the comparable as much as many as possible first. Then we come back and keep those information and analyze from there. Okay, how many comparables needed? Minimum 3. Maximum, we say 5. To look at it just for comparison purposes. Okay, now we look at what are the factors, elements for comparison. What are those factors that will cause the value to be different? Cause the value can to change on this. So we got very sensitive variables on this. First is the legal interest and property rights itself. So the tenure of the property itself is very important. Freehold, leasehold. This one, you know your the country's the legal interest and rights. I mean, in Singapore, the leasehold interest, we do use a table. We call the leasehold table, for which somebody has done a table to say that leasehold property, everything's the same. What is it compared to the freehold property itself? Say, example, a piece of land side by side. If everything is the same, the the land area is the same, the density is the same, but one is the 99-year land parcel, one is a freehold land parcel. So then, what are the differences that we have in terms of tenure adjustments? We have a table, and here we say that for everything similar, the leasehold land is 96% of a freehold land. So this is for Singapore. Okay? So for your country itself, how do you come up with the differences to tenure adjustments? This is a good question in the sense that research may have to be done, or you are experienced enough, you do many to see what is it that you're able to tell the difference. given out all things are the same except the difference are tenure. That is the one that I know it can be a challenge. Even in Singapore, that it can be the case. Fiscal and planning attributes. So we mentioned about it. The fiscal and planning attributes could be the floor area, the land area, the density itself. On that you look at it. I mean, even for, let's say we call it landed properties, or you call it villas, or terrace, even social houses. You may have 1 story, 2 story, 3 stories. So the types will affect the value, right? A 3-story property, a shop house will be more valuable than one with 2 story on the shop house. So a villa that is got 3 stories is different in value from one that's 2 story. So the fiscal and planning attributes are very important. You need to put those information inside and the comparison. The time and date and market condition. Time and date means the date of transaction. With time and date here, we mean a date of transaction of the comparables, right? And the market condition, in the sense of this, for us, the market condition, we may look at property price index as a reference point. And the terms and circumstances, in case there's a case where it might be some restrictions on this. So do you need to consider these restrictions when you come on the final value of it? Even though you can market comparison, but there is restriction of this. Example I can say is that you need to value a condominium unit, but you only do partial interest valuation. That means you only had to put a value for 50% of the interest. Yet you do the valuation for the whole. After that, you look at the partial interest. So terms and circumstances are the one that you have to look at it if there's a need to. Okay, so legal interest, I got mentioned quite a bit just now of this, the tenure type, right, leasehold and freehold. Of this, what is remain? Okay, for leasehold, right, you need to remain lease term. What is left? That what is left is what the benefits you can derive for that period that is left in terms of the term. I look at it in Cambodia, correct me if you something that you need to add on from here is a perpetual lease that is between 15 to 50 years, then your long-term lease on this one. Then you may have look at the condition on the perpetual lease. What are the terms and conditions that one? Then any encumbrances or restrictions on the land or use. Sometimes there is a situation where the land must be such a way that do not allow certain heights to be built. Controls like yesterday we mentioned about the flight path. What's a height restriction? Is it height restriction, or even we have this thing is a setback from the road, because we have requirements for which there is need to setback from the road on this. So you need to know this area of it for the property itself. Fiscal and planning attributes, which I also share a little more, like the location, the province, the city, the town, the suburb you are in, the zoning, the use, the density itself. On that, the land area, floor areas. Then for further, I say is that like for a shop, you may look at the frontage, what frontage it has. The shape is very important, especially triangular shape is one that is not very favorable because it makes it the design of property building is very difficult. The topography, the contour of this very important. I believe in Cambodia the same. If the property is one that is like rising slope, that means your house look into other people's house. No, then you in this case you will put a premium for it. But you say the parcel of land is slopes down from the road, that means people can look into the property itself. Then in this case, there's a discount on this. So the contour is important, and sometimes the contour is too steep. It makes construction very difficult. So conservation had to look at it. And then I mentioned shape, right? So generally a regular shape like a rectangle or a square is better. You have those kind of irregular shape, it makes construction difficult, or space usage eventually difficult. This frontage, yes, it's very important for shops, for factories on the same, because you need visibility on that one. In Singapore itself, generally people don't really like to buy residential properties along main road, very busy road, because it can be very noisy. And government will one day say that you need extra area for land for road purposes, and then they may acquire your property on that part of it. So depending on size of property, the frontage is important on this. I mean, for shop definitely, because you need shop frontage, you also need the window frontage. Fiscal and planning attributes were built up, okay, properties. So for this, what information do you need from, okay, these are the factors of comparison, right? These are fiscal planning attributes, is that the location, right, the promise, the floor area, the land area, as it's mentioned already, number of stories for landed properties itself, floor level, and views and facing for units in non-landed development. So the views are important, especially residential property. The higher you go, you pay more. In Singapore, the higher you go, you pay more for it. And the smaller the size of the unit rate per square meter is higher on this. And then you have the users various spaces. Then I mentioned the frontage, like shop and this thing. Then layout of the place is important. Layout, we show the shape and how is it used efficient or not. And then have the number of car parking lots. If you say you need to value car parks, perhaps in Cambodia, yeah, lots of land, so there's no such thing that someone will buy a car park. In Singapore, we have developments where car park is owned by a separate owner from the other commercial parts of it. So it may be a development for which different people own different people own the shop units, different people own the office units, different people, another person own the car park. So we have this kind of situation in Singapore because land is scarce, right? So, and that car park can be also in property, a property for people to invest or to buy. Okay, time, date, and market conditions. In the sense, I say market conditions at the time of transactions, right? It affects here the volume is affect the volume and the prices of properties then transacted, right? The time you can see that the market conditions are one affect the volume, right? If the market is very buoyant, a lot of transactions going in, and you can see the prices, you can see the volume, the activity of the market itself. And we have been talking about that the market condition will show the volume of the transactions, and from there become good indication of the value, and thus the affects the value itself. The market condition also encompass economy, local and global, because we have a situation in the sense of the interest rate in US may affect the banking rates in Singapore. I mean, for Singapore, it's a very open economy. So we have a situation that if the FedEx interest rate change, our housing loan interest rate or commercial loan interest may so change itself on that. Supply and demand of political situations are very important because when the supply is not there, we cover it, then you find that there'll be price surge in the sense that the demand is not there, then you find that the price will go down. We have situation that because of during COVID, right, in places like Singapore, probably in Hong Kong, even in UK, where people need more space to work from home. So end up they need to buy bigger property on that. So there's a demand for bigger size property on that part. Then political situations, we know the Ukraine war is the one that can affect the economy. So when there's political instability, it affects the economy, and because economy, it affects the price of the value of the property and the price, the transaction price. So the adjustments have to be made for time difference, right? That first we need the adjustment, especially the comparables have to be selected from over a period, different quarters of the year, or even another year. You need to make adjustment of time difference between the comparables and the valuation date itself. Terms and conditions, I share a little bit. If we look at really market value transactions, then again, I said here we stress that you discard those transactions that have unusual terms of transaction. Let's say you have a case that you say that that case is especially low, then you may think that it's a mortgagee sale. Then you should take it out because you discard those cases that are not done at arm's length. So terms and conditions that you look at it for direct comparison method, then you need to take it out. Yes, just like I mentioned earlier that maybe you have a situation where you look at the other terms condition, partial interest, then you may not risk. But let's say a transaction, a comparable that you have, that you know is a mortgagee sale, then you should check it out and not use it as evidence for comparison. So how to compare? Okay, I mentioned just now that you need it. So we look at unit of comparison. So basically what we do is that convert the transaction prices of comparables to units of comparison. So what are the possible units of comparison for different types of property? Okay, let's look at this kind. Look at built-up properties itself. Let's say look at here, you know, like properties like the normal ones, the condominiums, your villas, the factories, all this thing. What do you do? So you take the price divided by the land area, or you take the price divided by the floor area. So you get $1 per square meter based on land area for landed properties. Then $1 per square meter based on the floor area for landed properties and high-rise units itself. So that is a unit of comparison. Is go to per square meter for comparison, because your comparables may not be exactly the same size as the subject property to be valued. Bear in mind, because every property can be unique, so it may not be exactly identical. So for the matter, you have to look at per square meter for comparison. So we call it unit of comparison. So for hotels and boarding houses and like car parks, okay, how do we compare then? How do we compare? Because so, I mean, in Singapore, we look at per room for hotels. Per room, or some people use a per room key. Same thing, because per room, that means you need one room key, right? On this. So sometimes you find that the language used for that is like dollars per room, and then per bed for boarding houses. Per lot for car parks itself. Here, per lot, usually we talk about the car lots. Car park may have motorcycle lots itself, but we will look at car lots itself. So this is a unit of comparison for us to do the comparison of the comparables against subject valuation itself. Okay, land itself, per square meter based on land area and density. This one need, in this case, in Cambodia, how you express the density. You need to know how your site, the way it's being a measure in the density. In Singapore, how we say the land density is, we use a term plot ratio. Okay, I'm sure. Let's say example, this land of 2,000 square meters, a plot ratio of 2. What it means that the land of 2,000 square meters can build up to a gross floor area of 2,000 times 2. That means 4,000 square meters. So that means they can have gross floor area of 4,000 square meters. That is a density of that land. So we use this term plot ratio in Singapore. This one may be different from Cambodia. To be mindful and then get information on this, and then you do the unit rate of comparison accordingly. Okay. I'm going to show you an example. Although it's a Singapore example, but it's a condominium. So you can apply in your country in a sense on a part of it. So here I'm just looking at a freehold condominium unit in Singapore and what the comparables have, and then we work from there. Okay, that's how we will set up so-called a matrix or table in the sense of that. What we do is that we I think it as well, some columns are not really column. Okay, part of it you got more columns and part of it got less column. You see, let's say look at it from the top, is the sense that we will have this the first the leftmost column is that you put in info the titles of the things you need to put in. So you have subject property itself. You need to register what is the area. In this case, it's a floor area itself, the story level itself, then the condition of property on this, and also you have is when is the completion. That is the age of the property, the age of the property itself. Then you have comparable A. That means you select comparison, right? Comparison A itself on this one. For this one, a condominium A is a comparable. Then here I put that is the comparable A, which is in condominium A itself. Then the location is better than subject, and the area is 101 square meters itself, and is on the 16th floor itself. On that, and this one the condition is the same as subject property itself. Okay, completion is also pretty similar, 1996 itself. Okay, so these are the information you get from the market, and you also got a transactor price for this one is 80,000. These numbers I just put in just as a reference, because when you select yours, you have your own transactor price itself. Yeah, but this case, the transaction is last year, assuming you're looking at that point of time, September 2020 for this. Then this condominium for another comparable in another condominium is column B, and then you have this thing is location the same, it's 91 square meters, and then here is on the 3rd floor itself, good condition, 1996 itself. Then the transactor price is 310,000. Then the last one is C, which is 101 square meters and 2nd floor, and then the condition is fair. But here the age of the building is the same, the sum. So this one is sold for 295, but in August 20 in a sense on this. So when we talk about unit of comparison, basically you take the transacted price, divide by the floor area. So for, let's say, look at condominium A, the comparable. Basically here I declare 80,000 divide by 101, and I get the unit rate, unit of comparison, the rate per square meter itself. So you do it for comparable B in condominium B, I say here, and then the currency you do accordingly to get 2,407 and then 2,921. So that is the unit comparison. So you do this information, you get this thing done. I mean, we use Excel to do it. Then you do adjustments. Then location-wise, you find that, okay, from your experience, okay, where should we be? Because for comparable A, or condiment A is better than subject property. So in this case, subject property is more inferior, right, than comparable A in terms of location. So that's why there's -5% on this one. Whereas comparable B and condiment B is in the same location, so it's no adjustment, so 0%. Then the next one is that comparable C is in a worse off location than subject property. That means subject property is better in terms of location than comparable C. So I plus 5% here. So this is a case that your experience come in. You may ask me how then this one. This one is your experience, and also when you may have done some analysis that you know the comparable variable, you know the locality very well, and you make adjustment accordingly. Then let's look at the size. Okay, then this one again here, the size is looking at here is I use in the sense here is that every 10 square meters is 1%. Every 10 square meter difference 1%. Again, this one, it depends on your country market, right? Adjustments on how the market behave. The participants behave in like adjustments of discount or premium on this. Okay, here I believe the trends are the same in Cambodia and Singapore, is that when you buy a smaller size property, your unit rate is higher. Okay, when you buy a bigger size property, your unit rate is lower. Okay, so that one thing bear in mind. So in this case, subject is smaller than comparable A. So in this case, that means you will pay more, and in this case 1% more in terms of unit rates. I know we are all professional here, so we can understand when I teach the students, they cannot grasp this concept. So maybe I also bring it out. I use this example is that, example, you buy 2 apples, you pay $1, means you pay 50 cents per apple. But you buy 10 apples, you tell the seller, can please give me cheaper. Then what? How do they cheaper? Say okay. The seller said you can. I'll charge you 40 cents per apple. That means the apples you pay $4 on this. So that is how what we say is that, you know, utility-based principle also, that, you know, when you buy a smaller size property, your unit rate is higher. Okay. So floor level, once again, we find that in Singapore, the higher you go, the more expensive it is in terms of this. So in this case, subject property is on the 5th floor, but comparable is on the 16th floor itself. So I made adjustments for it. That means it's here I use 0.5% for level. Okay, again, this is Singapore context. The principle, the point here that I want to stress is that you need to know your market. You need to know how the participants behave in your market in terms of how much you prepare to pay for every floor difference. Okay, so bear that in mind, because different markets will behave differently on this part of it. Then you have is a condition. Again, same condition that subject has with the comparable A or comparable A, so is 0%. So it's saying that then it is same for, you have this condition, the same average, right? So it's same, but comparable B, which is in condiment B, is bad, is good. So for here, good is, that means comparable B is more superior than subject, or superior is less, it's more inferior than comparable B. So in this case, it's -5% condition. And then the last one is that you say that the comparable C, condiment fee, is fair condition. a fair condition is worse off than an average condition. So that means subject property compared to comparable C is more superior. So you have this plus 5%. Then you add up the total adjustments. And this case, in the first one, you're minus 9.5%. What I do is that I take 100%, well, minus 9.5%, and then multiply by that 3762, that rate, and come out with 405. And you do it the same for comparable B and C economy B, and then you come with the rate per square meter, and then they say you get 3405. The 3405 times 91 square meters, that is the floor area of subject property, and you count 309,855 here, and then you do it for each one of them. In this case, you have the values, right, of subject property when you compare comparable A, and then your value of subject property use comparable B, and value for it when you use comparable C. So simple way to get the answer for reconcile the value for subject property, you get the average of the three. That's very common to do that. Does this mean that that's it? Always average? In case some of you ask, no, you can put weightage also. You can also put weightage. If you think that comparable A and comparable B has more weightage, you can put it and you justify your answer for it. You explain why it's rational that you put different weightages. Okay, so that is a table that's set up to do direct comparison method here. I think I stop here is because before we go into the income approach, any question here? I'd rather take question here now than later for this one. Anyone, do you like to ask question? I leave this slide on so that you want to ask question, at least I can explain to you.
We have a question.
Yes.
You have brought 3 condominium for a comparison.
Yeah.
And I see that the value is not much different. So yes. it's more easy to average the price. But let's say in some if I don't know, maybe just an example, if the price the value of these 3 condo is so much different, I mean the variance is so much huge, so in that condition what you're going to do? You still do the average or what?
No, that's right, you don't have to. If let's say you got 3 comparables, then you see that is it the 2 comparables are nearer to subject and the 3rd comparable is very far away. Let's say because of something. Then you want to change your weightage. Maybe in this case, then you say that 40-40 for comparable A, comparable B, and then 20 for 40-40, you get 80, right? Then comparable C, you put 20. That means you put weightage.
Okay, so you also have a choice to put a weighting on each location.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Okay. If have you done your location adjustments, okay, then you already may take care of the location. Like this one. So like let's say you do your location adjustments already and it's still very far apart, then you can do weightage. Because if you do it through experience, if you make adjustment of location differences, perhaps your value will not be that different. I mean, the range will be not a lot. Do you know what I mean? Because location, let's say in this case, composite is in this case, yeah, this one is worse off location. So in this case, I up the value. But even up the value in this case, I put 5%, it's still lower, right? Although the number seems very close, of course, it seems lower still, right? Because it's 299,000 and 299,026 only. So I mean, of course, if you have another 0 to it, will be the numbers will be amplified. So you first level is that, let's say a scout difference. Then you look at, is there any factors that why the difference is so much of this? And if let's say you find it not satisfactory with these 3 comparables, then you add another 2 more. to look at it and then see where is the number, how the numbers will go. You're right, because we look at this as from a mathematical point of view, and we step back and see, does it make sense on this? And then let's say we are really a very wide one, then do we need to weigh weightage? Like in Singapore, you're right. When we look at land valuation, we may have sales that is current 3 months ago, 6 months ago, even 2 years ago, comparables. And then how do you do? Then in this case, the first 2 sales that are more recent have greater weightage than one that is very far away, because that one, even you make adjustment of time of this, it may not be as close. There's still a range of values in the sense. You're very right. These are practical problems. These are challenges that we do face.
Thank you. I got it.
Any other question? Very good. That
Yes,
means,
but
yes.
can you clarify on the points of location? I mean, can you additional more on how the location is on the points of negative and positive compared to the better one and the worst one?
Okay.
That the real method or the common practice, but whether we negative from low to the high or from the high to the low.
Oh.
That's what I mean.
Okay, let's look like it. Location, subject property. I think okay, subject. Okay, when the second row I put the condominium better in this location better. When I say better, we refer to subject property. So in a sense, when condominium, the comparable is better than subject property, which means that subject property is worse off than condominium comparable A, right? Because if that one is better, that means subject property is worse off than comparable A. So then in this case, I put negative on this. Then let's say for comparable C itself, subject property is better than condominium C. Down there show worse off is condominium C is worse off and subject property. So in this case, read the reverse way. If we look at subject property is better than condominium C itself. So that's why it's positive 5%. Okay, the next question is that how then we come out the percentage? Might be a challenge in any regime, any area that any part of the world that work on that part of it. One way is that there be enough market research that consultancy firms will tell you that it is or generally you see prices that always higher in a certain district, and then you look at it. Singapore, we have this privilege where the government already actually put land values in every part of Singapore, sectors of Singapore, from which the government have enough information. They also sort of come with land values. From there, from land values of different sectors, we can see that which sector is more expensive than the other, or just by location point of view. So we have some of this one on this. I will say that there's no hard and fast rule that exactly a mathematical formula that can apply internationally. So in doing direct comparison method, there's no universal formula. No universal formula to say that that must be it, because every country has their own uniqueness. Every country has their own segmentation of location and what is prime area and what is not prime area. Okay, in Singapore, for residential property, our prime area is quite near the central, a bit central, but still away from the south part. As we call this Bukit Timah area. I mean, if you do come to Singapore, then there's a prime area, very big houses, villas, very expensive houses are there, the prime area. And of course, those houses, those units as near the city, also very expensive on that part of it. So that is the part that you know that the location difference on the part of it. So I must say that, you know, you have to know your knowledge in a sense of this. You need your knowledge of the location and a sense to come up what's the discount or what is the premium to put at this. So I must say that it's through experience, maybe through knowledge of the different markets that you're able to kind of gauge your location. Okay, then the question is how much you put right? 5%, 10%. This is quite difficult say to give exact answers. For me, if I do a valuation, I normally put 2.5%, 5% or 7.5% for location, because I cannot be so I don't have exact science to the part that exactly the percentage on that part of it. So I hope that answers your question on that part. Okay, any other question?
Good morning, Ms. Lee.
Good morning.
So my name is Arun. I just wonder that you mentioned about comparison of the 3 condominium. At least we have to have 3, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if the condominium have one is 50 floor, one is 30 floor, and all the 3 that have different period of completion, I mean construction. So do we need to have the same year completion or?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about this. Yes. Continue.
Yeah. Some is like 5 year, 10 year or other, but they are between 50 meter or 100 meter between. So can we compare that condominium that the price are between 5 or 10% different?
Okay. Yes, you I mean it happened that this case I put the year is the same. Yeah, sometimes you definitely have comparables that different developments, the year construction is different. Yeah, yes, you're correct. Good question. You then you have to adjust for age of the property. You know, you adjust the age of the property. That means if your condominium, your comparable A is okay, this is subject is built in 2020, completed in 2020, but your comparable A is completed in 2010. So there's a 10 years difference, right? On this case, yes. Then in this case, your subject property is newer than the comparable A by 10 years. 10 years, because one is 2020 completed, subject is 2020 completed, comparable A is 2010 completed. That means the subject property is newer by 10 years. In this case, then you adjust for age. Because it's newer, you will put a premium. So whether you put 10% or you put 5%, that one again is a judgment call. But you put a premium because subject property is newer than the comparable. So in this case, the adjustment will be age of the property itself. Yes, you can have different comparables from different developments, the different period of construction, design completion, and then you make adjustment for the age of it.
So the between the floor is okay, right?
With floors, then you adjust by floors. So it doesn't matter if it's this whole development is a 50-story condominium, and there is 30 stories of cabin, but you're not looking at the number, the height of the condominium. You look at that comparable, which level is it on. You know, when I say this level, the 5th floor story means the property sits on the 5th story, not the development is only 5-story high.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, Madam.
Yes.
I'm Hon. I have 2 questions.
Sure.
The first one, I see the after adjustment rate for the subject property, you provide the average value. So it means that among 3 comparable, you sum and divide by 3, right?
Yes.
But I see some method they use the weight, they weight for each comparable.
Yes.
Yes. They weight maybe among them different percentage. So
Yes.
I want you explain about this. Why they some method they use weight, but some use average.
Okay.
Yes. So the second question.
Yep.
I see some final the value they mentioned about the final opinion, but some report they said about the market price. So how it different about this? Yes, thank you.
Okay. So first question first is that when do we use average and when do we use weightage, right? Because this first question I mean for this example I just use average. If to me personal opinion is if these three comparables are within the same development, say within the same condominium, then actually you can do average, because it's the same, everything else is the same, maybe only the floor level is different, the floor area may be different, maybe the time of transaction may be slightly different. So if we make adjustment for time, then that's fine, you can do average instead. But let's say you have comparables that maybe really very far apart, because that is the best you can get. Then you might want to say that maybe the two comparables are more closer in terms of similarities. So you're going to put a higher weightage. Then you apply it. So there's no hard and fast rule to say that item must use average. You can also weightage and explain why you use weightage. Sometimes because your comparables available is that two are more recent and one is very far back. When a comparable is very far back, you tend to find that even you do adjustments, it may not exactly show you what is the current market situation. So you may put less weightage on this. So you put a higher weightage on the more recent comparables, right? Because more recent comparables tell you the more recent market behavior of the property, of the market condition. So that's where weightage can come into picture. The second question is that when we ask to do market value, the party who use the information may use this to as a reference, okay, to put a price. But bear in mind the market value is not a price. I mean, there's a lot of time with a situation where you can put market value, but you think that for some reason that there be more competition in this case, and you see that maybe there's a lot of people demanding for the place, and then this seller take your valuation, want to test the market, he can put 10% higher than the market value. Whereas the buyer, on the other hand, take the report, a potential buyer takes your valuation report, and he asks you to value for to buy a property. He knows the market value, but he wants to try his best to negotiate, and he asks a 5% lower. So he knows that I mean, for me, he takes that it's just example, 302,000 is a fair value that he'll pay for the property. But he may go in and say, okay, I will start offer a price at 290,000. Then the seller on the other side always asks higher. But remember, I said before, price is not equal to value, may not be equal to value. But people can use the information market value and therefore decide the price they want to ask, or decide the price they want to offer on that part of it. So yeah, even if the client asks you to put a price on it, and then you see what's the purpose of it. I give projects to students where they're supposed to advise the developer what is the price for them to tender the property. Right. So the process is that they look at the market, they come with all the steps, they come in the market value of the property, okay, say the case that come up, I mean, this case is very simple, just use the same number, 302,000 is the market value. Then in this case, to recommend a price, standard price, then you look at now the developer particularly. If this developer is the first time to come to Singapore, say to buy a property, he is so desperate to want to, then you want to put a price higher, right? Because he just want to get a, then he prepare to pay a price higher for it. But there's now looking at the buyer, that means looking at the buyer, looking at the particular party. But without market value, we're not looking at the circumstances of the buyer or seller. Do I answer the part for you about the difference?
Yeah, I got it, but I want to clarify. So what you mentioned, if we say about the buyer and seller, we say the market price, but market value, but we provide the valuation. We say about the opinion, right?
Yes. Yeah, when we do as a valuer, we always put the market value. We never put as a market price. Yeah, we never put market price. Yeah. So for report professionally, that is how we look at it, the case of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions on this one? I'm sure some of you already may do this kind of matrix way of presenting the information. It's not new thing. Probably it's a revision for some of you.
Morning again, Ms. Lee.
Yeah.
Not to this, I mean the direct comparison measured example of the condo, but I have back to the question that you compare about 3 measures. That's called government data, income, in-house data, and property data. There's 3 things. So I'm not really clear about in-house data. What does it mean? The price or the number of house or what? Sell transaction?
It can be anything. Okay, as a valuer, right? You want to keep data about properties, is that in case you need to refer to it, and then you got data of properties. If let's say when there's a transaction comes, you actually got you're able to match that transaction and the address of property, the data of your internal information. So you got complete picture. When you keep far away first, then when the property is transacted, right, you'll be able to have the full picture of that comparable on that pathway. So for us, and then sometimes you may want to add value to your client. The client asks you to look at something, they're nothing, but they'll ask you to help. They say, hey, roughly what is the data? You say, oh, you have this service, you know you got database. They'll come to you and say, oh, this valuer has information. If I engage him, I probably could get he able to help me better on this one. So you can start just keeping data of the property physical attributes in case you one day you need it. But let's say the situation that in terms of, let's say, in-house data is usually you would like to keep is that the property, the transactions that's done for the property. I mean, basically, so you say this address, that is address, and that is transaction price it done recently. So you have a database of transaction prices just in-house, assuming that there's no national database on this. If you have this kind of data over the year, this becomes your so-called competitive advantage. In case sometimes client may ask you to do some valuation that is even in the past. Sometimes you may ask to do for maybe legal case or estate matters, or for some reasons. For some reasons, you need to go to look into historic. Then you got database to help you to look at it. Or even if you do a current valuation, if you collect your data very current, then you are better in terms of position than another valuer who do not collect who does not collect the data. So in-house data is your own collection. The best if you can collect the address of property, the floor area, the land area, the property type, the transaction price, and date of transaction. And information that is important enough that you need to use this when you do comparison.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Any other question?
Good morning, Lee.
Morning.
Yeah, I have some question related to the adjustment on your slide. What I'm want to ask you is related to the how you calculate or give the figure like location, size, floor level, or condition like that. So I want to know that what is the minimum figure, or what is the maximum figure that you give the score?
Okay, I tell you what, as you say, internationally there's no fixed formula. There's no fixed formula in a sense to look at it. There's no fixed formula to do so, because it's actually very specific to the country itself. The specific to the country itself on the part of it. So for the matter, I would say that I cannot give you an answer to exactly the minimum. But if let's say you do an adjustment that's more than 50% for every factor, then it's going to be very difficult. Very difficult in a sense, because if you put a 50% adjustment, it's a lot. It's a lot in the sense of that part of it. So 50% seems to be, to me, is very high maximum look at it in a sense of case. If we look at floor area adjustments, if you 10 square meter as a difference, then the percentage can be very mathematical on that part. But let's say general, let's say location, I generally don't put, I would put like 2.5. I will start any different is 0, 2.5 on this one, 7.5 in the sense on that one. So that is the thing that is the one that I'll look at it, you know, for adjustment of location. I will say that even floor area adjustment or side area adjustments itself, it had to be very dependent on your country, the dynamics, the market dynamics in the particular country that you operate in. So it's not a case of like it's a fixed formula across the world. It cannot apply that way in the world on that. So you cannot use Singapore. I mean Singapore one. I use Singapore one here is to show you example how to set up the way of adjustments. But the one your own your own people in the senior people in industry were able to really help you better on that one. So I only can say that normally I will do adjustment, like say for location, I look at 2.5% to start, then 7.5% for location, because it's your judgment. There's a size one, you look at 10 square meters per 1%, that one can be a formula basis to look at it on that part of it. So let's say if the size is different, like let's say maybe 120 square meter difference, then the percentage difference is 1.2%. On this floor level is probably quite fixed, because it's that. Then condition is also another one that I'll say that use 2.55 or this thing. Don't have 2.1, this one 2.3, 2.7, a bit you know, too precise, which is based on judgment of it. So that's what I will say about the different adjustment factor for different types. Some of them can be very specific, some of them has to be based on judgment. When it's based on judgment, then you cannot you cannot actually pinpoint exactly to the kind of final decimal points on it to come up with the number itself.
So as you mentioned, it focus on this figure in your country, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so as I think that you have a lot of experience for the wallet property in some country. So do you have? Could you share us your experience with other country like United States or other country that are look like that you have experience? Can you
Okay.
share for us?
I wasn't able to give you that one. Honestly, I'm very honest with you in a sense. I'll be very honest to say, because unless we stay in the country, unless I really practice in your country, even as like even I to do a work in Cambodia, I can't even now say I got an assignment for Cambodia. I can't go in and say I will make the judgment on this. I had to work with a local valuer there to look at it. Because unless I'm practiced in that country, then that is fair. On that to come out to the adjustment of the let's say location difference and knowing the country in sense on that one. It means that's why we say that valuation is very local experience is that we look at it. And for us, company is that although we can be an international company, we always go back to the local branch. The valuer in the local valuer there to look at the case, because it will varies different markets. It varies between different markets. I mean, I can say general things like maybe understand is that okay. Let's say China. United States. I have not like traveled to understand, but China is. Let's say in China, their way to look at the property prices is that how close are they to the central. So they got first ring, second ring, third ring, and the further it go away, the prices are cheaper. So that's where the location difference are common of that. But actually, how much is the difference? I also could not tell you, but I could say that I know that that's how they look at locational differences of this. So it can be by area, that one area is better than our area. I mean, like in Singapore, so-called our area is we have physical district 9, 10, 11 properties. That means in this postal district, the prices are higher than those far away from central, at the north, the east, the west will be cheaper, or in this location will put a discount on that part of it. So like, I mean, I'm like, you know, for Cambodia itself, so you have different provinces, and I'm sure with your knowledge, you'll probably see that even with property in Phnom Penh, this compared to another city, the values will be different on that part of it. I have no so-called answer that fits all. So that's why I say, and really need local valuers to look at the case. I mean, the principles I can teach you, the approach I can teach you. I mean, I can share with you on this part. Then.
Yeah, thank you, Lee. So how you will share us with your experience in Cambodia that we can learn from you.
Yeah, you can make a job in Japan, in Cambodia, then I will work with your Cambodians. And in fact, I learn more from you than you learn from me, because especially some of the local knowledge of things. I mean, that is your expertise. That's your expertise in knowledge in the sense on that.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other question before I give you all another, because I think this time we talked quite a bit, this one. So maybe before I go into the next, any
hello, madam. I have one question.
Yes.
Yes. Based on your comparison, I see you have three comparable, but if we don't have comparable, can we analyze the value based on the cost method?
On the slide on cost method, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So one add up to the question. If we focus on the cost method based on the condominium, we think of the building cost, right? But I know we don't think about the land include the cost, right? So I want you to clarify about this.
Okay, maybe I look at a bit difficult for convenient to use cost method. Let's go back to cost. Let's say let's look at this the cost method which I basically condominium itself is okay. Let me go just to the slide where to show basically cost method itself. Yes, normally for condominiums, because you buy a space in the so-called in the development, like an airspace, you have this land component also inside that on that part of it. On that, so basically developer will probably look at the whole development, what's the total cost to build this and the land they buy, and then of course it comes a total development cost plus land for this if you look at it from a point of view. But for, let's say, for the condominium, like a unit in the whole development, we normally don't use cost method, because cost method is plus land plus building cost. Yes, the building cost part you can find it, which we can share depreciated building value. But the land component, then you literally in this case then how do you look at it? Do you have to put the land value component based on the total floor area, divide and then come up with what is a rate, and then let's say in this case that subject the floor area is 91 square meter, then you multiply that part and give you the land area for condominium unit itself, then plus the depreciated building value to look at it, and that comes out the cost method for condominium unit, that unit itself. We find that in Singapore we hardly do that. We hardly do that in the sense of that part of it, because the market does not behave that way also. And we look at, you will find the value of a condominium unit. Market participants do not go look at, in this case, like now using cost method and then come up with the so-called the price they offer or the price they want to sell. They usually look at market transactions. So for condominiums, can be done using cost method, but market value, that is not the common method to use, because this is not how the market participants will behave when you want to transact a condominium unit. Can be done, mathematically can be done, but it's unlikely to reflect the market value.
Okay, yeah, thank you. But in case I said in case in Cambodia there is a little condominium, so some market on the sale price we cannot compare. So I said like this. I think that when I do the valuation, I can meet some case. So another way. Not generally in the cost method, we don't have the included land inside. So what you mentioned, we say, but I'm not clear about how do we include the land price.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, basically what you can do for, let's say, but then become the rate can be, it doesn't differentiate between a bigger unit, a small unit. A very straightforward way of looking at the case of, let's say, a unit by then you better say that you look at the land value for the whole development and the total cost to build the whole development. So yeah, total value. So let's say maybe $100 million, and you got the total sellable area is how much. So then from there you take the total. Then you take total value for the development plus the total cost of development, depreciated plus the land value, get a total number 100 million. Let's say you have then the total sellable area. Then from there you can take this total number divided by total floor sellable area, you get a rate per square meter, right? Then can I apply to that rate per square meter to that particular condominium and times the floor area. This way you get an average rate for each unit in a sense. You don't really look at a smaller unit pays higher, a bigger unit you pay lesser, unless we say that for this method you need adjustments. Yes, technically it's done, it be that way, but I say the market doesn't behave that. Very simple way to look at this case then is just take total development value plus land value, total say 100 million, divide total sellable area, become a rate, and then the rate of multiplied by that floor area, the sellable floor area. That's a very simple way to look at it. And then on that, but market doesn't behave, just to bear in mind. I mean, simple way you can look at it that way.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, good morning, Madam.
Morning.
I have two questions to ask you. Question number one, for the comparable property. When we compare, we select a few property to compare. So I would like to know the price, which price that we should compare, the asking price or the sold price?
No, the sold price.
The sold price, yes.
Transactor price. The transactor price is the best, the evidence we use.
Okay, so we use the sold price, not the asking price.
No. Use the sold price or transactor price, yes.
Yeah. And question number two, we have many methods to evaluate. So which method is the most accurate using?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
We have many methods to evaluate. So which method is the most accurate using?
Okay, which method we use depending on the type of property, depend on the use of property, and depending on the client's instruction as to the purpose of valuation or this thing. So I will say that you depend on that generally if you ask me a general question. But even look at a market value of a condominium or like factory units, then most of the time we use direct comparison method. You use direct comparison method when there's a lot of transactions or a lot of market transactions for which to help you of a similar properties. Then you use market approach on this one to value the property. So not every property will use direct comparison method. Some properties cannot even. I just mentioned specialized property in here, we use a cost method to do it. But just now, one of your fellow member asked me, can we use cost method to do condominium? We find that for that it's very rare and it may not come out to the cut of numbers that makes sense in the market participants. So like for condominium, generally we it be condominiums like villas, office units where there are lots of transactions, then you use the direct comparison method. For the income producing property, which I mentioned, then you tend to use income capitalization method itself. Hotels, we tend to use profits method. Generally, there are some categories they use more the type of method for valuation. So there's no one method that if we use for all properties.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will go and finish this part, then we can have a break. So that's why you have asked quite a lot of questions, is that you get a situation that comparables and may be limited because unique feature on the frequency of transactions. You may not have a lot of transactions. That's why sometimes you ask a question whether it's asking or sold, but it's sold one. And here in the when you look comparables, look at things that's really transacted. So we call it rear view mirror orientation and appraiser. So it's especially when the market is very volatile, been rising very fast or falling very fast. So if you can market that moves up down very fast, then you find that it might be difficult to use comparables. So in the rising market, your comparables will always be lower. In a falling market, your comparables will always be higher in terms of value because they're done earlier, the prices are higher. So these are the weaknesses that you can see in direct comparison method. And then the quality of information is very important, whether it's complete or not information. So yes, it can be a challenge, especially the data information available to us is not as complete. Then we have this part of it, how to get all the information. Another ability of transactions information, especially rental evidence may be limited. Maybe for your country, some of the data will be easier, some data will be more difficult, which may be different from Singapore context. So okay, I'll stop here before I go into the direct income approach. We will break. Now is 10:15. About 10:13. So we come back at 10:30. Come at 10:30 for the second part of the session. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee.
Welcome.
Miss Lee.
So we don't hear you.
Hear you.
Okay. Sorry about. Thank you. Yes, welcome back to the part 2 of the session for 6 itself. So we're looking at income capitalization method, but I want to introduce some financial concepts or revise the financial concepts because these are the things we look at it in income capitalization method. So basically, just know the formula. There is a series of proving derivation of this method, but here you just need to know this. First, when we look at, let's say, what is the present value of $1 that is put in the end period? It means end period, let's say 5 years down the road. Pay at end, sorry, 5 years down the road. Then at interest of I, then how do you look at it? So basically here, how you look at it, you take $1, that means 1 times 1 over the denominator, which is 1 plus I to the power n, which is a denominator. So that means the present value of $1 in the at 5 year, what is it now? Definitely in this case, let's say is 10. Let's say I is 10%. Maybe I will do 10%. Say n is 2 years, 2 years down the road in a sense, and let's say the I is 10%, then you find that the present value of $1 in 2 years time is 82 cents, 82 cents, $0.82, so 82 cents. That is the formula for the present value of $1 in end period itself. So the next one is we call it what is the present value if you put every dollar for n periods. So let's say you put every dollar every year, and how much you get now. So you say after year 1 you put $1, year 2 put another $1 instead. And what is the present value instead? You don't get back $2 is present value, you get less than that. And what's the formula you have? In basically here you see is a bit complicated. More is 1 minus open bracket 1 plus I close bracket to the power of here minus n the over I itself. That is the formula. Then for the second, the third formula you call amortization factor. Basically is the reciprocal of item 2 itself. So So you find that it now the I becomes a numerator, the rest becomes a denominator. So let's say here amortization factor means, let's say you have a look at the case like a loan, your $100,000 a loan. Let's say you need to pay over five years, and what is the amount you have to pay every year? That is called amortization factor. So these are the financial concepts that we need to remember. Okay, item 2 itself is the one that we use when we look at leasehold property itself. And this here we talk about it is that the present value of $1 per period or $1 per year, you get Y purchase, years purchase YP at single rate for N periods itself. So that is the financial concepts that I want to introduce to you all, and also the idea when we talk income capitalization method, that this financial concepts are being applied. So income capitalization method itself is one that you capitalize what the estimated the lease net operating income NOI to perpetuity over the remaining period of the lease term, lease from the valuation date itself. So in this case, for this, let's say NOI for perpetuity, then you capitalize it over perpetuity. Let's say it's over a lease period, then you capitalize over a lease term on this one. You use the appropriate capitalization rate to do so. So income capitalization method of valuation, it converts a single year's expected income into a capital value using a capitalization rate. That means for income capitalization method itself, you look at one single year, the estimated or expected income NOI, and then you use the capitalization rate and you come up with the value for the property. So for that method, that means you are the part of it, net operating income, you look at it, and then you look at capitalization rates. What is the capitalization rates to be used? And this, that means you need to analyze the capitalization market from the market to obtain the percentage. And how do we so is obtain of prices and NOIs of comparable properties itself. We will go into detail that what are the challenges for finding this capitalization rate. So valuation of freehold interest under income capitalization method basically is the net operating income divided by the cap rate, the I itself. So that is the capital value. That's when we say income capitalization method, basically net operating income. Net operating income, this in this case, you can look at the estimated net operating income for 1 year. You estimate it in a sense, you use market rental and you estimate it. And then you divide by the capital cap rate, the I, and you get the capital value of the property itself. The valuation of leasehold interest, then in this case, there is a bit more complex in the sense, you need to know what is the number of years left from the property itself. So what happened here is that the capital value is what you take net operating income, and then you multiply years purchase at I, the target rate of return I, and then N years itself. And okay, what P, how do we come up? It's basically item 2 of the financial formula that I showed in the previous slide itself. So that's how we term the years purchase formula on that part of it. So now we look at the operating income, the NOI is how do you derive this? You can look at gross rental income. This gross rental income, you can look at the market rental income, or you think that the actual rental income, the income from that property itself is market, then you can use information, gross rental income, unless the other you plus other incomes. Other incomes may be for the property itself, maybe you got advertisement panels they fix on the walls, or even like short-term income of the atrium spaces that we have. Like in Singapore, we do have the shopping malls, like they get rentals from the shops, then they do get income from like leasing out the atrium spaces, the spaces that used to be for people to move around, but they allow people to set up stores for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. So other incomes, or even car park incomes, all this will come with richer. Then you have the so-called the gross income revenue, then less vacancies, voids, and allowances. So you got gross rental income this for the whole development. So you estimate what's the rental income. Then you want to estimate actually how much is the vacancy, how the voids, because not all the spaces we lease out. So you want to estimate some vacancies for this one. Then get effective gross income or revenue, less the operating expenses or outgoings. That's where you get the net operating income or net income. From there, then you apply the capitalization rates. So when we look at net operating income, we look at the stabilized and expected projected net income receivable by the landlord. So here, what we look at it, basically the rentals of the spaces, the advertisement panels, because each one space can do regularly. I mean, during the festive seasons, I think Cambodia water festivals, or some festival seasons where they will sell goods, and then people want to come the more often, and you can sell the stores, rent the stores to the people, and then the storeholders can sell goods to the shoppers itself on that. So you can rent the income from the car park on this. So we look at stabilized and expected projected rent net income that you need to impute it into the net operating income itself. Then the income is normally assumed to be like the received in arrears. That means we always look in arrears. We don't look at in advance. We usually look at arrears for this net operating income calculation. Okay, so that is for net operating income. Now look at operating expenses itself. The variable expenses will include what? The general repairs and maintenance costs, cost of like say cleaning the place, the pest control services, utilities, wages for people to maintain the place, the property management. There is maybe even a management cost of it, marketing and leasing costs, right? If let's say the landlord owns a development, they need to market the space, and what's the cost to market and the cost to lease out the space, which this one which may vary with levels of occupancy, right? So marketing costs can be higher if let's say the place is not well occupied, or they have lots of vacant units inside. So these are the costs can be varied. And then you may also have the fixed expenses include property tax, insurance. You have to pay for the building, like this kind of public liability insurance or building insurance for the place that you pay. So these are costs, operating costs, but they exclude things like interest, the loans or income tax or depreciation charges that you put in the profit and loss statements. The operating expense ratio may be used sometimes by us. What happens is that we may analyze the historical data, and then we come up with what is operating expense ratio. We call OPEX ratio. Basically look at operating expenses over the effective gross income revenue for the place. So that becomes the OPEX ratio that you may be able to use. Sometimes you may not be have exactly the information historically to help you out in a sense, and you want to look at this case, you can look at the OPEX ratio and apply them. And when can we use this OPEX ratio? Is when the properties which are similar or comparable in types, size, age, design, etc., and have fairly consistent ratios. No, so NI may be derived directly from the established OPEX ratios itself. So if you have this, yes, I can share. I know it can also be a challenge. We also face this challenge. Sometimes, if we have some of this information, at least we can say that we have looked at this, and then from historically, this OPEX ratio, we applied it to do the evaluation. The next one is a capitalization rate itself. The cap rate is also known as all risk yield because it's everything inside one. Okay, so it's a single rate that captures all the risks, the benefits, advantages, disadvantages, the growth potential pertaining to that property investment that you look at the cap rate itself. And it varies among different types of property investments depending on their risk characteristic and growth potential. Okay, just to share in the sense that Singapore office buildings, it could be about 4% in a sense, or even lower. The shops 4 to 5%. Then industrial is higher in the cap rate wise, and it's also vary for different times, even time of the market cycle itself also. I say higher ARY, higher risk yield is associated to higher risk, right? That means your cap rate is higher because you have higher risk, so that's why your rate is higher. Lower ARY may also reflect greater growth potential because lower risk, that means your cap rate is lower. Your cap rate is lower in denominator means that your value will be higher. Then it may change with time, and like other investments, it is affected by the property market condition, economy, or this thing. So you have this situation that happens when times are looking different. They have this like some in Singapore, you know, like example, like now it's semiconductors, right? Semiconductor factories. And nowadays you find that people hardly demand for this factory. So that means if you buy a property in Scar area, your risk is higher to even next time to rent a place or even to sell it. So in this case, you ask a higher yield rate, or risk yield rate in sense on that one. But some you think there's potential to grow in some, then you are prepared to take a lower cap rate or lower ARR or risk yield on this. Cap rate is the one that has more issues than the net operating income and the operating expenses, because the one you can ask them for historical information, you can get market information and you work out this. But this cap rate, there are issues, there are weaknesses that we look at it, is that it's very difficult to find direct, good comparable for which to formulate derive the capitalization rate, because so good direct comparables with both current sale price and market rental information are hard to come by. It's very difficult to come by. In Singapore context, we try also. I mean, I actually asked also around. They say we don't have exactly such research or such kind of data bank to see what's the capitalization rate to be used on this. Sometimes we need to refer is that we look at published reports, and then we look at what is the net operating income and the values that has been done, and then to try and look at what is the cap rate that being used. Secondly, that each property can be unique, right? It's unique in nature, hence adjustments may be required when we want to compare or analyze the risk yield, the cap rate for valuation. because no matter how, two properties will not be exactly identical. It's unique in some way. So you find that in that fund matter, it's quite difficult to find exactly the same cap rate on this. So these are the challenges that we will face. Valuation outcome is highly sensitive, right, to every RECO that is being applied. Just especially if the RECO is low, then you find that you have the challenges in making appropriate adjustments to RECO on this. So that when RECO is low, 1 percentage basis point can change your values quite a lot on this. A 2.5% or 2.25% will cause a change in the values because it's very sensitive on that number. Mathematically, you already can see it. The RECO is a single input, right, to the valuation. So it's difficult to distill all the components inside the RECO. The example, the income, the risk of growth, the liquidity of the property, the liquidity in terms of being quite also liquid assets, and whether the particular property type have different use risk structure or not. So in a sense, it's quite difficult to distill, you got to break up the components on that part of it. And even to build a RECO cap rate is still difficult to do so. I'm sure, I mean, your side, those even for some of those you do this kind of cases, you find that, yeah, to even to build the risk for your own, the cap risk for your own country, that are the challenges you face. Okay, for income capitalization, so what are the information that is required? So in this case, you again, the legal aspect of it, the legal information cannot run away because you need to do your searches of the title, you need to know the channel, you need the property rights, interest on the planning parameters, right? You need to know what is the rights given, and the rights will tell you the benefits they can derive from this, and the benefits will come in terms of the rental incomes, like the spaces they can rent out short term, on a regular basis, or long term on part of it. Then you're planning parameters on that part of what is allowable for this. You cannot look at future benefits, something that cannot be approved on site. Example, there was one case in Singapore, a developer went to assume that he can convert a commercial office building into a hotel development. So he went ahead and the assumption and went to buy. After he tried to apply for the change of use, he could not get it. So that is kind of risk that, you know, as a value from our point of view, not that we have to check. When we do a valuation, we must make sure that the planning parameters, the requirements are there and can be met. We cannot make assumptions. We cannot say, what if this is changed? So we need evidence. We need to make sure that we're able to support our calculation, support our workings with evidence. Then the next one, we look at fiscal attributes. This is for all types of valuation. Fiscal attributes, this information must be there. The floor areas, they need to know, and the gross and the net floor area on this, because in income method, the net floor area, we want to see the space that can be leased out and how much renter can get from it. The users and the restricted floor areas, in case the floor areas and the users and respective floor areas that for that use, some of them will be office, and then you need to know what's office floor area, shop, how much is the shop floor areas that have for the building. You need to know them. Then give me a car park, a number of lots and choices. I use Singapore example is because in Singapore, shopping malls, commercial buildings, they do have car parks on us. Then the floor plans and specifications. For this part, I've done projects that I look at floor plans. then I can look at it from for them, see that what additional areas maybe they can also create space to restart. In a sense, for that method, that is whether from that these are the future benefits that look at it. So you look at floor plans, you walk the side and you ask questions to look at it. Especially when you look at income capitalization method, you to ask questions, you know, what the space for and how it's like. Even can ask an occupancy of this, so that you know how is the performance of the place, the mall of the commercial complex. And when you walk around, I'm sure our eyes are open to see whether the vacant units available. Is it a lot or just a few, or is it always fully been tenanted? Then you need to get the tenancy information from the landlord itself or the head lessor. You need to know the schedule of the leases, the tenancies. You need the breakdown of the lease, the rents, the lease terms, how are the rents been presented in the leases, the voids and vacancies. When you get a list of tenancy schedule, you're able to see which the units has been leased out, which of them are not. So when those information come in, then you know where are the vacant units for that, and you can find what the voids and vacancy. Because in Singapore, the rents they can put in gross rent. They put in gross rent and then they break down into the net rent for the space and the rent for the service charge itself. So you can see the two components. Well, for valuation, we look at the gross rent. Then after you minus off the expenses they incur on the property. So if we look at whole development itself. Other incomes, I say other incomes, you may look at statements for last 3 years. So you can ask them other incomes, you can ask them on site and go inspection, or you can ask for statements, other incomes you have, and see this income relate to property or not. Must be related to property. If not relating to property, please don't take in unless. So maybe other income, I say they have short-term of space being leased out on the license fee. Then you can see that how often that space is being leased out on this. Then you look at profit and loss statements for the last 3 years, so you can see the income stream that come in and how also the income is moving. So for Singapore, you know, the REITs company, they do publish their annual property income, the net property income of this. So you can see what is net property income they have already. From there, we do use this information, analyze further information like the cap rates on this, and also to look at how occupancy rates on this compared to the size of the development they have. Operating expenses, again, you can ask them the profit and loss statements showing the expenses of last 3 years. Again, ask them for information from the head lessor or the landlord itself, because it helps you to look at the case in greater detail, understanding the development of the property that you are doing. Okay, that is for income capitalization method. Before I go into this cost method, any question here that you want to ask? Let me get a drink. Any question? Okay, let's. Okay.
Mr. Lee, yes, a quick question. How to calculate the cap rate?
How to, yeah, that is the one I know you get very good. You ask. You know, one way is basically cap rate is actually okay. Let's go back. let's go back to the so you see freehold property, right? The net capital value is net operating income over cap rate. So basically cap rate is what? If you calculate cap rate is net operating income divided by capital value. Or in another way to say, it can be net operating income divided by the price that is transacted. That means you look at the point in time when there is a transaction, transaction being done, look at the net operating income, either net operating income, actual or estimated net operating income divided by the transacted price, you get the cap rate. That is how you get cap rate. That means basically you go and look at comparables and you do it. The other way you can build up a cap rate itself is a bit more complex. Is that you go look at risk-free rate, then you look at the the risk of the asset class on this, and you put in the risk for being non-liquid asset on that, and then you build up your cap rate on that one. So again, what happened is that for us in Singapore, we don't do the kind of building up. We tend to want to look at it is that we look at net operating income divided by capital value on this one. Or sometimes is we look at what the investors will look at it for other alternative investments, and then we try and look at what is the rate of return they want for the investment on that part. Many times I also ask my counterparts, they do this, and how do they look at what is the net operating property income divided by the value of the property, the valuation done, and also look at what other valuers did. So this is a case that you can say it's like kind of like chicken and egg issue where you refer to each other for reference. At the moment, there is no research being done, particularly to say that for a certain asset class in Singapore that is the kind of cap rate to be applied. But generally, we saw in valuations done in Singapore, yeah, office buildings class like about 4%, like retail is about 4 to 5%. You find that industrial properties is like 5 to 6% on the kind of range that the cap rate has been in use.
So are you saying that cap rate will be different based on the different business, different asset, right?
Yes.
And it's quite well known in the market. If we are industry expert, we know our cap rate to be calculated, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. You have to be expert in the industry and very market specific. Market specific. The market is by location, right? It's very market specific in the sense, and on that part, you're right. If you're expert in the area and you do quite a lot, and you are very, you have all those information of the typical development. If the once is transacted, then you get information that is good. Let's say you look at some of the major developments that is for sale. Usually, information may be available through the newspaper. Sometimes do that they will do press release. Especially a listed company, they need to do press release. So from there, you get information, and then from there, then you do your own calculation. Basically, just can look for net operating income, look at the transacted price, then you can find the information as a cap rate on there. Yes, you need to be well versed in the industry. You need to be on the lookout on this or the asset class, the property class that you have, so that you are very up to date in terms of coming up to the cap rates. That. Any other question? So I'm going to now the cost method. Okay, cost method is, as one remember, is the we have is the first of all, you look at the land value, then you look at the depreciated building value itself. Okay, so I will go straight to the methodology, how that we look at this in the cost method. Okay, basically the cost method, right? You need to estimate the direct, indirect cost of all improvements itself. That means basically you need to know the construction cost, you need to know the floor area, and then you find it, and then you multiply both of them. Let's get the direct cost. Direct cost is actually just the actual construction cost itself on that. So you must know your country's statistics or information about costs. How they reflect the cost, or how do they publish the cost? Okay. In Singapore, they can publish a cost information like dollar per square meter on the gross floor area, or dollar per square meter on the construction floor area. There is a difference. Construction floor area includes example car parks, includes pavilions, include kind of like open pavilions are like a shelters, but with no walls, but got roof. But for us, gross floor area is just the area that is enclosed. So in Singapore, we then have this cost information and cost per square meter on construction area, cost per square meter on the construction floor area or gross floor area. So you have to know your country's information, how it's being presented to you. Okay, in this case, then we talk about cost. I know I didn't put into a slide, sorry, but just share is that then you look at the cost, right? The direct cost. That means cost to build that building again, the improvements again. Do you look at replacement costs? That means, do you look at now you replace by the current technology to build that building again, or you look at reproduction costs? Reproduction cost means you build exactly the same thing again. Okay, very good example is let's say, okay, let's use your national heritage Angkor Wat. Okay, even look at reproduction cost, it means you must find exactly the same material, same material and same way to build it. Everything as the same way to build. It's called reproduction cost. Or you want to build in such a way that you use modern technology to do it so and to replace it. So that means you use modern material. You don't use exactly the same material as reproduction. You use exactly the same material, but maybe for replacement, for reproduction, sorry, a bit confusing here. Okay, reproduction cost is that you use exactly the same material, the same way of design to build it. So reproduction. Replacement cost is that you build some similar but use maybe different material, but you still get the same design but different material. So replacement cost. So we know the old buildings, right? Old buildings, the way it's built might be different from now. Okay. So, and the material could be already different on that. Last time we used timber. Now we be using what composite timber on this, or even sometimes cement. Cut of building materials looks like timber in terms of these feel and look in a sense, but they are cement from cement. So in this case, you estimate the direct and indirect costs of all improvements. Then you need to do in this side is that you have to add, right? Once you estimate the direct, indirect cost, you add the both of the costs together of the improvements. Next one is then you need to find what is the depreciation amount of the improvements. Okay, depreciation amount we apply to the direct cost itself. So you want to see that, okay, this building, how long it will can last the whole thing, and how much already has been depreciated on this part. So that is a depreciation amount that we look at it. Say this building, example, can last 50 years. Okay, the cost to build a new one is, let's say, 10 million in a sense. So let's say 50 years, and then let's say 10 years have passed. That means actually what you see this case, the depreciation is 20% has already passed, right? On this. And then the depreciation amount is a straight line. You take 10 million times 20%, that is amount of the depreciation for that property, that building itself. Then what here you say is that you deduct the depreciation amount from the total cost of the improvements derived as we call the depreciated building value. Okay. Then after that, you need to estimate the land value of the property. Okay, in this case, when you estimate the land value of the property, you look at in this case, okay, what is the use of the subject property, the land use of the subject property, density, and then you value this land on this. To value this land, you can use direct comparison method, or you can use residual method to look at it. So that you can value the property, the land value of the property. Sorry, then okay, then you add the depreciated building value to the land value, and here the land value, you look at it is highest and best use. Generally, you look at it is the use of the land is highest and best use. Look at it, and then comes the total value of the property. This is a cost method itself that we look at it for valuation of a property by cost method itself. So the part that needs to look at comparables is the land value part of it. That's you need to look at comparables. The rest of the information, like direct cost, indirect cost, you have to look from the quantities, the surveyors information, cost information that is available in your country to look at it, publish. There are some international firms, they do publish the cost information for various countries. So do go and look out for those information. Let's say we use cost method to look at it for valuation. Okay, cost method, what is a limitation? Cost may not equal to value, and cost does not create value. So sometimes, yes, remember, cost is just what you think is the utility of the property and what you pick for the place, and then you come up with an amount. Yeah, so be mindful, cost may not be equal to value. That's why just now the question asked, very good, I'll use example, is say, how to can we if we look at cost method to find a condominium? I say we can, but it may not be equal to value because that's not a market value, because market participants do not look at the cost of the development or the unit instead to offer a price or to do a transaction. This that cost may not equal to value and may not create value. Okay, maybe here before even I go to the second point, that in Singapore, right, we have factories that is being leased out by the government. We call joint town corporation agencies. So they're usually leased about like 30 years. So if let's say you left with 10 years, yeah, even you 10 years, you left 10 years, right? Your land value will be very little 10 years. Then if you look at your, even you want to, you build a factory and you depreciate it, left with, let's say, 10 years. You find that the cost of the land plus depreciation value could be higher than the value of the factory, because people may not pay based on what you think will build the factory again, allowing for depreciation on part of it. Limitation also in the using reproduction cost, just like I mentioned, reproduction cost, as certain materials may not exist anymore. That means reproduction cost, we use the same material as a reference point, and that may not be available anymore, may not exist anymore. Or it can be very costly to produce also on that part of it. Especially the older buildings itself, there are probably a lot of the skilled workers to do up the motifs of the building itself. And so you find that it's very costly to even to find somebody to do that same work again. Recently, in Singapore, the government asked us to put in a tender valuation fee to value the Hoba Villa. Hoba Villa is a tourist place where it has kind of fixtures like of figurines, statues, fixed to the land, and then even look at old houses, the kind of design. So I was trying to look for kind of artists will do this kind of work. How much it costs? Is it, let's say you want to do the picture of a statue, because I need to look at this kind of cost inside the valuation. I cannot get any person to quote to say, to give me an estimate what's the cost like, because some of these skill sets or some of these things, some of these expertise are not longer available on this. So it becomes very costly to produce, and thus inadequate data is available. It cannot establish the cost itself. Difficult to determine the depreciation amount, which is, I know some of you already have those questions already, so I put it here for you. As different definition may use a depreciation, and not widely accepted method of calculation, depreciation can come also a picture. In fact, you find accountants got different way to do depreciation, then we may use a different ones, and different valuers may also use a different one. We can use a straight line depreciation method. That means look at number of years. Say that this property has 50 years lifespan. That means depreciation is 2% per year. There's straight line depreciation. You can look at the accounting principles. There are different ways of calculating depreciation on this. So it's difficult to determine depreciation amount as different definitions and not widely accepted method to calculate the depreciation. So there's no one international method to be used to calculate depreciation. I mean, like your national heritage, right? Angkor Wat is so, have been around so long time. So what is the depreciation? Let's say when to look at the valuation order, how much do you depreciate it? Because there's still a value there. It's been there for a while, and it was definitely stay there for a while. So what is depreciation amount that we look at it for this kind of cases? Cost method also assumes value is a summation approach. Basically, it's the sum of the parts. The land plus depreciation being valued, but here the situation, some of the parts may not equal to the whole. Each segment cannot have a separate value independent of the other. So that's, I will show you just now the case of that. Yes, the factory, right, example where the left 10 years, the cost of the land plus the depreciation value of the factory may not be equal to the value of the factory itself. So basically is also say the same thing, the cost of the parts, some of the parts may not be equals to the whole. Okay, with this, we finished the talk section 6. What I'm going to do is that, okay, we're going to have the quiz. After the quiz, I'm going to give an assignment or a case study for which that you will do over lunchtime. Okay, and then after that, we come back later. Then we will ask you or ask you what is the value. So maybe I'll ask Teresa to put up the questions, the quiz part for session 5 and 6. All right. This time I give you 4 questions. Then you try because multiple choice. Okay. So the questions are up. Come. I'm trying to connect the mouse and the Zoom. Okay, very good. The first question, only 4% participate only. Is it any? Can I have more people? There are 26 of you. Okay, today I'll be more stricter. Only 4% respond. I'm here. I'm asking you to respond. I'm not putting any names. I don't ask you to show whether it's answer A or answer B, but it's you put your answers and then you're right, very good. If you are wrong, then you know where is it. Come. Can I see more people participate? There are 56 of you. Can I see more participation than the 20 of you? While y'all do this, I will just go and look at the chat. Okay, come. Okay, more participation. More participation in this. Today I will stick on you on this one. Very good. I see the number of participation. Can we hit more than 40 participants for the questions? Now we got about 34, 30. Can we look at least 40 of y'all participate in the quiz? Okay. Okay, I just need some more contribution for question 4. Some more contribution for question 4. Okay, come. Thank you. Okay, for first question itself, we can value a national museum using market approach of valuation. On this, yes, we can use market approach. Difficult to use. Generally, the answer should be that we find it difficult to use market approach at all, because you know museum is likely not to be transacted, and usually museum is actually national properties, government property. That's why I put national museum. National museum is like a government, and it's not transacted. So it's difficult to use market approach. Market approach is a situation where you have lots of evidence, transaction to load. You can't be buying and selling a national museum. And a lot of time, national museums, you know that you don't make a profit out of it. You can, in a sense that you run in a private enterprise itself on that part of it. Okay, for example that I have is that actually I have to value a museum in Singapore. This is a museum in the prison, the Changi prison in Singapore. It's a chapel. It's a chapel used long time ago by the prisoners, and now it become a museum. So for that part of it, when I look at the valuation, I have looked at cost method of it, and I can't look at it from the point of view of the income method, because income method is very little. But even look at what is a rental of the museum, it says that then rent out the place, then maybe how do you look at it? In this case, then I look at the number of tickets, the entry fees for the place, how many visitors a year, and then from there you determine what is the rental for the place on that part of it. But market approach is a difficult one to do so. The second question itself is that correct income calculation requires the valuer to determine the net operating income. Okay, cost method is one of the primary methods of valuation. Very good that you got it correct, most of you. Which one of the following is not an approach of valuation? Those who say that market approach is not it's not approach evaluation. Market approach is approach evaluation. Cost approach we learn the part correct. The most of you got it correct. Asset approach is not an approach considered in the valuation profession on this. So that is one that asset approach is not an approach of valuation on that. Yeah, thank you for participation. Okay, I'm going to share the assignment or the case study, and Teresa will also upload the one in the chat so that from there you have the document to look at it. It's just a simple case study that look at. I call it assignment. Okay, just give me a minute. I'll open this. Okay, this is the assignment that you can download to you. Basically, I want to I give you the fact is that this property, Sky 11, it has the information of a floor area, it has no pool facing, and here the unit is on with 10-09 in Singapore. Okay, basically more to help you, -10-09 means that the 10 is the floor level, 09 is the unit number. This is how Singapore put the unit number for a property itself. Okay, so bear in mind that the number before the dash sign is a floor level, and the number after that is the unit number itself. And then what I give you is a comparables. The comparables in the development itself. Okay, I give you the unit number itself, and then also the floor area, also the contract dates, the price, and then also whether this has full view or not for the particular unit. So these are all the comparables within the development itself. Then what you should also give you some factors that look at it in a sense that for this case, when the floor area difference is 10 square meters, you put 1% on this, then every floor level difference is 0.5%. Okay, on that, every floor higher is 0.5%. Then you have that if you have pool view, you have 2.5% more, superior. Then let's say the price in the second quarter, we are now in second quarter of 2022, is higher than first quarter by 5%. Okay, so that means the current quarter is just that is the information. So given this information, you come out the value of this unit 10-09, around to nearest 100,000 on this. So I will after do over lunch, then we come back after lunch. We'll discuss. Yeah, we'll discuss. I will show you the workings. I will ask you for the answer first. Then later, then we will then discuss this case study. Follow that, then we do session 7, 8, and 9. That's about the valuation process, the reporting, the referencing. Then lastly, we end with the professional ethics, because that's very important in part and parcel of a profession. Okay. Okay. So given the time now, it's 11:31 now. Okay. Can I say that we come back in 1:30? Do you have enough time? Or can we say we break for lunch and you do your assignment and you come back in 1:30 Cambodian time? Is it okay with y'all?
Yeah, I think 1:30.
Yes, yes.
It's okay.
1:30 is okay? Okay. Okay. So
Okay,
this
thanks.
has been downloaded into the chat so that you can open up the document to that and then look at it. Then do the exercises, case study, so that just have a practice. Some of you maybe it's a reminder on that part of it. So we come back at 1:30 after lunch. Then we will look at this case. Okay, Ken? So enjoy your lunch break and doing this case study.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good lunch.
Thank you. Yes, the case. Okay, afternoon, I mean, once again, welcome back, and I'm sure you have good lunch and you've done a case study. Okay, I be kind. Okay, I'm going to put the 3 possible answers. I mean, one of them is correct in a sense, so that if you have done your case study, you should get the answer. Okay, I'm going to ask Teresa to put the 3 possible answers and you select the right answer. Okay, on that. Yes, there are 4 answers. In fact, 4 answers have been given to you here on this. And then, okay, one is 3, one is 3.3, one 3.4, and one is 4 million. Okay. Okay, we wait for the response. Okay, in the moment, only 6 of y'all have responded. So everybody's still having their lunch or everybody's still coming in. So you wait for the results to come in. Let's look at the results. We wait now. Still quite a lot. Doesn't give any. Still quite a lot have not done so. Give now it's the time 3:52. Give another 5 more minutes for the answers to be put in for the case study. Our you still has not come in yet. Okay, those who have already come in, those you have tried, can you just put in your answers? What is the value of the property unit 10-09? I'll see some more answers to come in. Please do participate. 40 over people has come in already. Those who have come in, can you put in your answers? Those who come in, can you put in your answers? Say, can I have more participants for the answers? Okay, tell me those who have come in, can you just participate? Only about half have put in their answers. As I said earlier, you know, I have put it in this form so that you put your answers, and when you write or wrong answers, you know yourself, and for you to review if the answer is not correct. Okay, more answers to come in. Can we keep 30 response? Can we have 30 response? Okay, some of those who come in, the Yaput, not worry. Hello, yes. Come, and those who have not come. Oh my, your keyboard is an error in the select the answer. How can keyboard? Okay, maybe okay, come on, can someone some of you try someone to participate? 2026. Someone to participate. Okay, I will do a last call to you put in your numbers, put in the not numbers, the right number and right answer for this case. See the number is coming in. Now it's about 28, right? Okay, two more to put in your answer. Anyone? So try two more. Ask call. Okay. Looks like the number sales doesn't really move that much. Okay, I think we shall just continue on this. Okay, I'm going to show you the workings and let you know the final answer. I'm going to go share screen. Okay, let me share the I will not. Okay, let me just put this poll first. Okay, basically same thing. Okay, I'm going to show you. I mean, basically what we know, you need to translate the information to the unit of measure comparison. You look at all the transactions that use as comparables, comparable 1, 2, and 3. You find that the comparables are bigger in size than the subject. All of them, the 3 of them are bigger in size on that. And then for them, also you find that they generally, we see all of them, 2 of them on higher floor than the subject property itself. And all of them have pool view for comparables. So let's look at the factors that we consider. Although some of the factors does not have to come into picture, but I put there so that if let's say you do a table, know consciously what are the things to look at. So first of all, you look at is the tenure. Here you put a tenure freehold. So all are from the same development, Sky 11. So that is like 0% on this and so there's no tenure adjustments. Again, tenure adjustments it'll be how your country will do it. If you look at leasehold and freehold properties, you can get all freehold properties, then don't have to do tenure adjustments on this one. Location you don't have to do because they're all from the same condo development itself. So it's 0. Okay, the next one you look at the size wise. Okay, size wise you find that comparable 1 and 2 are 80 square meters larger. What the matter for that, because it's larger 80 square meters, so the subject is smaller, right? By 80 square meters, and just I mentioned that every 10 square meters 1%, so you end up you have 8% premium to be applied to comparable 1 and 2, and then for the last one the premium is less, 3.9% on that. Then a floor level, you find a floor level wise on this the comparable 1 and 3 you have a discount because they're on a higher floor itself, but then for comparable 2 is a premium because subject is higher than the comparable 2 itself. Then time, okay, time in this case what I say is that second quarter 2022 is better than first quarter by 5%. So you find that comparable 1 and 2 are in the same quarter, second quarter itself on that, whereas comparable 3 is in the first quarter. So for that matter, you add 5% because now you look at price is 5% better than Q1 itself. Then so the last, the pool view. Okay, all the three comparables have pool view, subject doesn't have pool view. So that means subject probability is more inferior in terms of, I mean, you will pay less for subject probability, but it has no pool view. So you put negative 2.5%. So you have total adjustments on this. And then, okay, then you do adjusted rate. Okay, you get adjusted rate, then you get adjusted number, then you look at it, you find the final answer. I say nearest, let me do the number. Then you find that, okay, in this case, the answer is 3.4 million. Okay, those who have put 3.4 million, well done. Unfortunately, I cannot give you a token of appreciation, but I say only a clap over the Zoom, because those, yeah, put 3.4 million on this, and that is the value of the property. I put the nearest 100,000. That is the answer that I asked for it. So any question on this case study that you want to ask?
Please, I have a question.
Yeah.
I saw in the instruction that in regard to the floor area adjustment, you have mentioned 1% for every 10 square meter.
Yeah.
So my assumption is that the larger the floor,
yeah,
you have to add up every 1% every 10 square meter. That's my assumption, because you have put 1% for every 10 square meters. So my assumption is if the area is larger by 10 square meter, I have to add up 1%.
I put that, yeah, that's a very good point that you bring. Is actually, remember I said earlier that when you buy a property, right, a bigger size property will have a lower unit rate. Right, you want to pay per square meter lower. When you say you put plus 8%, like comparable one is 252 square meters, so it's bigger. For that matter, if it's 252 is bigger, right, your rate per square meter should be lower, right, than 172, right? Square meters.
Okay. So my understanding is a bit of opposite. I'm thinking that because you put 1% for every 10 square meters, so I suppose that I understand. I didn't reflect the reality. Yeah, the reality is the bigger the square meter, the price per square meter is going down.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Right. So in my question, I didn't say that every 10 square meter bigger is 1%. I didn't say that. Right. I just said that every 10 square meter is 1%. Whereas when the floor level are very clear, every higher floor you get 0.5% more.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, very good. But yeah, no worries. Sometimes we don't see the of the minute details here. Yeah, that's the good point, because I noticed that we don't see it. Then bound to the mental principle of understanding. Like, you know that if my comparable is bigger and my subject is smaller, that means if I do size adjustments, I have to put a premium percentage. Me, I must a plus percentage. But if my comparable is smaller, my subject is bigger, then I must put a negative because I want discount.
By my experience, I'm not a real estate professional. I'm a buyer also. So for a condo, I understand that the higher the level of floor level, the price is more expensive. But I used to compare the same floor with the same the area, the floor area. If it's bigger or smaller, it doesn't make a lot. Doesn't make difference. Yeah, on the same floor level. Yeah, on the same floor level.
On the same floor, okay, even the same floor, you should actually, generally that is the trend. Generally, okay, maybe I'll ask a question. In Cambodia, is this the case that when a buyer buys, even same floor, you buy a bigger unit or you buy a smaller unit, your per square meter is the same? Is this a kind of market behavior in Cambodia? Is this a behavior, I mean market participants behavior? That means, okay, now you're on the same floor, but one is 172 square meters, one is 252 square meters, same floor, everything is the same, all else is the same. I said only difference is floor area. So per square meter wise, dollar per square meters, will it be cheaper, a lower rate for 252 square meters, or the same as the one is 172 square meter flat? How does the market behave in Cambodia on this?
Yeah, maybe the senior who have experience can share to the teachers. Yeah. I have no experience, but I used to be a buyer, so I don't see a difference. Yeah.
Oh, you see a buyer don't different. Oh, okay. Next time a buyer, wow, that means wow, okay. Then you, if a buyer, you don't see a difference. In Singapore, it does. I mean, I've used Apple as a reference. You buy 2 apples and 10 apples, you want your unit rate to be cheaper. I thought, okay, so buy a house is the reverse. You buy 2 apples, buy 10 apples, the unit rate is still 50 cents per apple. You buy 2, you buy 10, you buy 100, also the same. Anybody want to share your experience in Cambodia? Whether is it reverse? In Singapore, a smaller size flat will attract a higher unit rate. This dollar per square meter. If a smaller flat is higher dollars per square meter. Anybody like to share? Okay, okay, I will leave it. Maybe next time, if this is an interesting thing that you can do your studies. Any other questions?
Okay, I do have a question, Madam Lee.
Yeah.
So I really don't understand about the your exercise about this, because what you mentioned about this, some floor, most of the floor is no pool view, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, most of the floor.
Oh no, I didn't say most of the floor has no pool view. I say all the comparables have pool view.
Really?
Yeah, you see that it's a comparable information. The unit itself has pool view. You look at the comparable that give you in your assignment.
Yeah.
It's the unit, not the floor level. The unit has pool view.
Okay. That's what I mean. And I just make a difference is 4%. Between of each 3 different price. So that's what when you say the total price 3.9 or 3.5.
3.4.
Yeah, 3.4. It's very complicated to me. That's what.
Okay.
Honestly, I never studied this, and then I just
I understand. So this case study is very similar to the example that I give to you for the slides just now. Just that basically, okay, the principle is that you need to break down the adjustment factor one by one. Then you go one by one, and then you put in the percentages. Then after you add up the percentages, then you add 100% to it to get the number for which you multiply by the unit rate per square meter, the unit comparison in this case for that part of it. I mean, that is one of the, that's how we do in Singapore. I mean, I'm sharing, we use this matrix and then we put in the factors and we adjust on that one.
Another comment on the assignment. Actually I spent a lot of time trying to figure out the level of the floor level of each unit, and then I have to go to the website of Sky at 11 to find out how many floor they have, and so and actually the floor number is attached to the unit number that you have mentioned on the assignment. So that's also very tricky for somebody who's not
okay. My apologies for that. It's because just now probably I explained maybe it's a bit more takes you a while, because I did say, you know, that the number like unit 10-09, the number before the hyphen is the floor level, the number after the hyphen is a unit number. Okay, maybe, yeah. Okay. I mean, point taken, because maybe in Cambodia, your way of put the floor level is different. Yeah, maybe I also learn the feedback. Next time, I must split down the floor level, unit number as a separate separate line so that you can see clearly. Got it.
Yeah, my first assumption is the house number that you put 5, 7, 9, and 11 is, I thought is a floor number, but when I go to the website, it's actually the block number, the building number itself.
Okay. Okay. In Singapore, the block had the main house number. Okay. This is maybe Singapore context. So how does Cambodia number a condominium then? How do you number? How do you say that? Okay, same you property now. 11 Thompson Lane 10-09 Hexine 10-09. How do you identify that this unit is on the 10th floor and the unit is number 9 and the block is actually 11? How do you identify? You also how do you got block name? Is it name a block or also a number put that block? Because there are different blocks.
Yeah, I mean, each condo may use different method of name calling, but the condo that I bought, they use the block like A, B, C, D. So they use the word like block A, they put A. And then if the floor is 18, so they put like 18, so A18. And if the unit number is 02, so they put A1802. So they don't have a slash, they just put the whole figures on
okay.
Whole figures, yeah.
Okay. I see. Thank you for your, okay. That means in Cambodia, your numbering system can be different for different condominium development, right? In Singapore, we're quite strict on this one. We're quite strict on this. Let's say for the block A, it can be called block A and the condominium itself for if people go there. But every of this block A, block B, block C, they must have a house number, a main house number. So in this case, let's say this condominium, this condominium is in Thompson Lane. Okay, 11 may be known as block C, right? Inside UK, you can find a block C, but they're also in bracket house number, block house number 11. So in our titles, in our official documents, you don't see A. Oh, sorry, you don't see C. Say block C just now. You don't say C. You see 11, the street name, the unit, all the units are the way the number is hex sign, floor level first, then have a hyphen, then a house number, the unit number. We call it unit number. Then the condo name, and then Singapore, and then the postal district. That is our naming convention in Singapore. So everybody will know. So you can't see in the official document ABC or tower 1, 2, 3. You know, we don't go by this in the official document itself. So official document will be always a house number with the street name that will tell you that which block is that one, then followed by the unit. The floor level and the unit is combined as one. Oh, okay. Maybe that makes some of you find it difficult to answer to understand the question in the sense of and do the case. Okay.
Yeah. We don't have a standard guideline on the unit itself. Yeah.
No. Your naming convention is different from Singapore on that basis. Yeah. I noticed it. Yeah. Just to get CVEA's address is Street 317, and then Phnom Penh. So I went to look at the website. Oh, okay. Singapore, we have a house number, the street name. Okay, if it's a condominium, then you got the so-called the 10-01 or 15-12 hex sign in front of it. Because if it's a house itself, then it's just a house number, the street name, and the Singapore and postal code. That's it. That means this will tell you that this is a property a landed property, they don't have, it's not condominium development. That's how Singapore does the naming of the properties in Singapore. Then we will know straight from the address, we can see what type of, roughly what type of property is that. Is it high rise or not high rise? Okay, so yeah, thank you for sharing on this. Okay, I'm going to go to the next session. Any other questions? Anybody has any other questions? Okay, let me share. Let me see. I think this is not. Just give me a minute, huh? Okay, just give me a minute. Let me do the. Okay, then we look at sessions 7 itself on this. Okay, basically we're going to look at the valuation process overview, then conditions and engagement for this valuation process. Then session 8 will look at the property inspections and listing referencing, and then the session 9 will be valuation report itself. That. Okay, let's look at valuation process overview. So what you have, okay, first off, I just, oh, the thing runs up. I'm so sorry about this. It runs on this one. First of all is that you have the engagement. That means you get appointed to value a property itself, and then once you have done that, then you have to do is that then you arrange for inspection of the property itself. For that method, you need to collect information, right? On site or also when you come back itself. So for that is an inspection of properties very important. It's a part and parcel of a job. We cannot just do from armchair valuation. The only time in Singapore where we allow virtual inspection is during the lockdown. So during the lockdown, we came up with circulars from the institute to say that only certain category of properties that we can do virtual, and we tell them how to do virtual on that, and then give them instructions how to do it. Then after that, you have to analyze the information of the data that you collected. Finally, then you come up with the valuation for this, and then you. Sorry, I need to get this thing today. Okay. Then from that, you done your valuation, right? You choose the methods of valuation on this, and then after that, you prepare the valuation report. So finally, that is a valuation report that you have. In Singapore, the valuation report is all in English. I mean, although we have four languages in Singapore, and for the like train stations or this thing, they do put the 4 languages. But when we talk about official documents or this, we use English. For Cambodia, probably that part will be you share. You use your own language, or you also do English and your own language. Is it in English or is it in your Cambodian language?
Normally in English.
Normally in English,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
very
For the court case, we evaluate in Khmer, in our national language.
It's your national language itself. So you have to
Yes.
translate into language. Yeah, because when the language change, the terms, you need to know the terms is used and what's equivalent terms on this thing on that. Okay, so that is a process. Of course, we're going to look at engagement part of it is that when look at you have to be engaged, you need to make sure that that you give them a letter of engagement, right? You need to also write down the terms and conditions on this thing. But first of all, to do so, you need to understand what instructing parties needs and requirements. So what are the requirements that they need so that you know how to come up with the letter engagement and also the fees to charge them. This is very important, right? We are paid for and we pay according to our service. So you need to have what a written engagement contract with terms and conditions of the valuers services. So means we need to say what is the scope of work that we do on that part of job that been given to us. We need to write it out officially. And before you accepting the assignment, right, with yourself, I mean, we all ask the valuers, just ensure that can we do the job? So do we have the do we have the necessary qualifications? So what are the qualifications that's needed to become a valuer in Cambodia? Singapore, our degree is Bachelor of Science Real Estate. We also look at foreign degrees and all these things, which we need accredited before they can become a qualified valuer. Then the valuer itself has to have the relevant necessary experience, expertise. And this is very important in Singapore when a valuer has to do valuation for properties for a listed company. A listed company, because when you do valuation for a listed company, the information will be put in the stock exchange itself. So matter if for that matter, then you need a minimum 5 years experience. That is what the stock exchange in Singapore has laid down, 5 years experience. When I say 5 years of experience, the valuer must have a license. In Singapore, you can be a valuer, you work for, but you need a license if you want to sign the reports. Then the valuer has no potential or known conflict of interest. Very important that when you take this job, you are independent. There's no conflict of interest when you take a job, not because you're doing for your uncle, your relatives and all these things, or some people that a special relationship arrangement. Here the valuer has to be independent, which is when you declare no conflict of interest. You also know that you're independent in the valuation. You are not to be influenced by the client. You're independent. You cannot allow the so-called the client to say, oh, I want this value. You don't give me this value, I don't engage you. We have clients like that. I'm sure most of us will face sometimes this kind of clients, like they think that they push you to put a very high value. I have a client. My valuation is 25 million. He wants 29 million. Which is not say very far off, but I didn't feel comfortable for this case to push a value for that, to look at higher value. And on top of that, he said, you need people to pay us less than Singapore $1,000. So he come with this kind of terms that I'm just sorry, it's okay, you can find another valuer to look at it, or some value on that part. But we want to stand independent. We want to stand to make sure that we not be cut and push, we push into putting a value on that. And then this is that we also, as a valuer, you need to meet other conditions imposed by the instructing party or regulatory requirements, which just now I mentioned. Some your stock exchange may have some requirements for the kind of expertise the valuer has. I mean, CVEA, can be the one to go and talk to the stock exchange or thing to say, okay, certain class of properties, certain type of valuers experience needed, how many years of experience on this thing. The stock exchange in Singapore work with Singapore Institute of Surveyors to come up with the car requirements. And then the next one is that, you know, before we give the valuation report, developer must agree on the or confirm in a sense with the instructing party as to the following. So before you come out the final report, right, you need to agree on certain things. You do not want to be a situation where you have done the work, then you say, oh, I want this, I want that. And that's not right. Okay, but is that you need to agree on the purpose and intended use of the valuation itself. So in this case, you need to know the purpose and the intended use of the valuation itself. So you know where is this report is to be used. You don't want the report to be used for everybody on a part of it. Secondly, is that you need to know the date of valuation. Remember, when we do a valuation, there's always time specific. There is a date to it. The date of valuation is very important on this, is time specific on this part of it. The next one is that the subject matter of evaluation, it can be the address of the property or the legal description and the interest to be valued. So it's very important on this part of it to know the subject matter, the property we have this. Sometimes in Singapore, we have situation, I mean, I just look at a case where, you know, the address of the property, the house number, the street name on this, but the legal description is not complete because sometimes because of registration issues that the total number of lots are not properly linked together. And what I've done in that case is I have to check back all reports which have been done for the client before and see what is the difference, because sometimes they renumbered the lots and this thing. So be careful of this kind of things to make sure they got all the facts correct. The basis of valuation, whether it's market value or fair value, because actually if you do for financial reporting, you may look at fair value or fair market value, or is market value, is it for sale purpose, or is a basis of valuation that you need to know. And you need to also state the assumptions to be used, because some of the valuation engagement, you might tell that this is a case, that's the best way to look at this case, is that I need to make certain assumptions. You need to let them know, is it okay? Because you need to make assumptions so that they know here you can talk to them, you can climb about that. This one, right, important, right? The basis and responsibility of valuation fee. I'm not sure about Cambodia. In Singapore, the valuation fees are very competitive. Very competitive. Fees go up in many places, but valuation fees do not seem to go up. Okay, because there's very competitive in terms of the kind of service, the kind of jobs they want to. So end up we have a situation that valuation fees are not so high. Like those simple cases, okay, maybe I'll say like those, if it value a condominium flat is, let's say below 1 million Singapore, is Singapore $500. I may just give you a reference point to look at it. Some banks, they will ask you for lower on that part. And then you need to tell them the time scale of the valuation assignment. It means basically, you need to tell them how long you need to do that valuation, how long you need to take to get the report out. Simple case, yes, it can be very fast, but complex case, it may take some time. Sometimes you may need your colleagues or your staff to work on it, because we may not just have one assignment, right? We may have a number of assignments. Then we need to look at a time scale and when can deliver the report to them on that. Then you need to look at the limits and the conditions of liability, because we have put in engagement that your liability is limited to the fees that you charge, because client will like you to put the situation where there's unlimited liability to your service, the job, the report. But be mindful about this. You have to look at, say that your liability is limited to the fee you charge, or how much is this. So in some situations, or in some government jobs that we do, they ask us to have the minimum of professional insurance of 1 million. They want us to say that we have a coverage of insurance of 1 million for part of it. That's for some government jobs. But for private jobs, you may want to put the limit of liability. So this is part of the valuation process overview, the condition engagement. Any question here before we go to the next section?
Madam Lee, can you share us the experience of your valuation on court case?
Yeah, court case.
Yes, yes.
Okay, when you say, okay, court case, when you do court case, usually you're supposed to assist you assist the court. Okay, you're supposed to assist the court in terms of court case. You may be doing a valuation for your client. The client is one of the party that is having dispute with the other side, right? But when you go to court, you're supposed to assist the court on this. So you stand with this court independence. In Singapore court, we need to do an oath. If we are Christian, then we need a Bible that we say whatever we do is true and honesty. If not Christian, then they got a document you have to say it out and say that you do is correct and the same. But the Christian, then you are accountable to God, Jesus Christ on this. Then from that you say your position or your evidences, or you give it to them. So that is that you court. That's right. Then in Singapore court is that sometimes if there are two parties have valuers and the dispute is called valuation, and Singapore the judge may ask that the two parties will come together, they'll list out those things are in common, that both sides of the parties, the valuers, agree that certain facts are common. So if those facts are common, then it will not be a case of dispute when we talk to the judge on this. So only those parts that have dispute will be the one who will be court of law then presented in court. That is a court experience that I have. Then of course, then the other thing you may ask is, how do you charge? How do you charge, right? For court attendance, because when you go to court, you need to even prepare affidavits, all these documents. So you can charge like the preparation affidavits by per hour basis, a part thereof. And then when you go to court attendance, you can charge a half-day rate. How much is it? A per hour rate, a 1 day rate, how much is this on that? Usually our charges are cheaper than the lawyers' ones. Generally, that's the thing. So for court attendance or court cases, that's what I do. Most of the time we don't like to go to court. At the time you go to court, I mean, when I go to court, I can lose 1 or 2 kg because it is stressful. It's stressful, right?
So for in Singapore, when you do when you support a court case, you need to appear in the court, right?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that's complicated.
Yes.
And for another thing, have you experienced of the valuation on the back date of the property? Like we are now in 2022 and back date to like 2017 or 2018,
yes.
something like that.
Yes, you may have to ask to do a valuation that is at a certain effective date, not current date, right? That means not current market value. A current market value at that date, that time. Yes, I have cases. I have done one case. I've gone quite far back. I have done one case where I have to look at the value before the building was torn down, and then do a value that after the building is completed. That was 1 was 2003, to do a value of the single story house in 2003, then value the house in 2005, and after that current one 2021. So I did 3 valuation for that case of dispute. In a sense, then okay, how do I do? Then I'm just going to use evidences available at that point of time and value it 2003, and then had to make assumptions based on the information given by the client, right? Because 2003 information is no physically, the property is no longer there, it's been demolished. Yes. So I have to look at floor features and floor plans, and I have to write inside my report the assumptions I use.
Yes, yes. That makes sense.
Then 2005, the same thing. The building, the property is still around, but at the time 2005, the building is new, right? So I look at sales. This is a case where I use direct comparison method itself. So I look at sales transactions in 2005 and 2003. Then for those kind of comparables, some of the houses may not be around anymore, right? Because they could tear down. So if those are around, then I try to inspect the property, the comparables, and see what is it like on that. Some of the comparables may not be around anymore. The property is no longer around in the sense that they could have tear down the building and rebuild, in the sense not around because the property type is different already. So yes, I do cases where I do need to look at the earlier dates of valuation. One of them I had to do, another case I will do, but I cannot go in. Brother and sister fight. And
yeah.
Right. And I cannot go in. I cannot go and see that the property is still there. I cannot go in. I only can see on outside. And I only can look at floor plans, and I'm going to make assumptions again. Okay, what is the assumption I have to make, and I have to tell the court that's the best I can do. I cannot go in and see the place. Then you lay out all your conditions, and you have to let your client know that this is assumptions I have to make. If the client can give pictures, very good, because at least the pictures are there, and then at least these are actual facts, you see. If not, then we just got to say these assumptions. The conditions is how we original, fair, average. What to look at it. You have to put in all your assumptions when you do this kind of cases.
So you do that kind of case. What if the client challenge you for the value?
Sorry?
What if the client challenge on the price, on the value of the property?
The client will what about? I mean, the client will
challenge you.
I mean, the other party will definitely challenge, right? Your own client will not challenge you. I mean, usually without a challenge, this is how I do. I mean, that is the best I can do for you. Okay, then usually the challenge doesn't come from your client. The challenge comes from the other party, the other disputing party.
I see. The
you
opponent.
know, then you have to make sure that all your steps are correct, and you just defend your steps. The sense of comparables on this thing, then you leave to the judge to decide. You just go present your facts to the accordingly, that professionally you have done the job, and then let the court to decide on this.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
No problem. I mean, yeah, that is the. I mean, we have to stand professionally, and then don't let the other side, the judge, to pressure the lawyers to pressurize you. The other side lawyers were trying to confuse you, so that hopefully you answer wrong questions. You answer question wrongly, they were going to pick on you and say you're not capable. They will say things that, you know, you're not suitable to be the one. Because you're not capable, the valuation is no good. So it's always the other party will come and attack you on this kind of matters. Okay, so that is, I mean, we talk about court matters. Okay, next we look at the next section. Do you need a break? If you need a break, I give you 5 minutes break before we go to the next one. Okay, now the time is 2:27. We come at 2
I think
2:35.
5 minutes is not
Yes.
enough.
Yeah, 5 minutes is good enough. 5 minutes is good enough. 2:35. 2:35.
Okay, thank you.
5 minutes is more than enough. Okay, let's go to section 8 on this. First of all, is that in this case, first of all, I'm going to look at is property inspection and investigation, then followed by the referencing. Basically, is what should we look out for in the inspection of the property and investigation part of it. So the valuation system may be the one to help you, right? Has to identify the property physically. How do you identify the property physically? By address of property, you may have a map, like the map of the city that you ever can see exactly a legal description. I must say, for example, we have this map which is free, called One Map, where we key in the address of property, they point us to the property itself on that part of it. So it's the address of property that you need to identify. We don't want to go to the wrong property for valuation. I'm sure, for Cambodia, maybe you I'm sure you have a way to do so. I know in India, sometimes it's very difficult on that part. There's even no house number. For what I said, I stayed in India for 2 years. And the house that we rent, we wanted some parcels to come in. So we asked the owner, how do we address? The postman remember the place by the name of the owner, not by actually the address, like which road and what house number, or even block A, block B. So for some places, maybe there's no clear title ownership, maybe then they need to go by name. But I'm sure Cambodia will have some form of recognition of the legal lot and legal address for which you can identify the property, or then the map or strata plan. Let's say yes, a wave maps, a cadastral map to actually identify the property itself. Then you have the strata title plans, example for condominiums. In Singapore, we have strata plans. You have condominiums also, I'm sure you have plans. You may call strata title plans, or you may call another name, but you will put the information of the unit, the per unit, and what's the size and the size, and you may even show which level on this thing, so that you can identify that particular unit in the whole condominium itself. Then you need this part is that you can see it, but you're not expected to carry out structural or building survey. Yes, sometimes you go and see the place, you can see cracks, all this, then you make a note. But as valuers, we are not expected to go and carry out and say, oh, really structurally sound or not. We assume the building to be sound, to be structurally okay. Generally, that is a position we take. And then we need to do external inspection, exterior or internal. So you need to do the inspections are required. We do not, Singapore, we do not encourage so-called external until you only stand from the road and then try to look into the gates. Then we call curbside valuation. We do not encourage that, because in this case, you cannot see much of this if the property has high walls and this and so ask to go and see the place. I have customers, they are so sticky, they don't want. Then I say, in this case, we don't very difficult to do the job for them, because you may affect your professionalism and the liability on this part of it. We also don't want cowboy valuers. I mean, we call them cowboy valuers. It means they take risks on this, because if we do come across cowboy valuers on this, if we cut the attention to SISB will look into disciplinary measures on this. Then details on inspection. Details on inspection in the sense you need to know the property type. You can age. Yes, sometimes you can find the age. You can tell from the age, find the design of the property. Like maybe your Khmer houses, right? They're very traditional. Can you tell like roughly which era, which period is being built? Or you can ask the owner, or you can get documents from the various departments in the government ministries for that. So you can use accommodation. That means during spatial description of the fixtures and fittings, type of construction, services and facilities, measurements of the building if necessary. So do carry a measuring tape, or nowadays laser measuring tape is available, for which to know you do the measurement of the building. I mean, for a straight line walls is okay. If it comes to curve one, yeah, can be a challenge on this. And in this case, you may ask for floor plans to see how to do it. Area of the land and the building where applicable. Area of land for us, we can get it from the land titles itself. Or those kind of cadastral map, government's cadastral map, they'll show the land area itself. So I believe in Cambodia equivalent of those kind of information that you can get. And then you need to know the apparent date of repairs and maintenance. Sometimes you need to ask the client, the owner itself, when they do the renovation, or if they can show you evidence of the renovation being done, maybe receipts, or this, at least you know. In Singapore, we have a website for which we can check when is the planning decision being made for renovation or reconstruction. Is there approval being given to it or not? We have this website where the government actually download information for us. Measure may be necessary or check the floor plans. So as I said, you measure the buildings in this need to then check the floor plans. Sometimes the floor plans may not be exactly the same as the building on site. Okay, I mean, I've seen some slight amendments. So make sure of this and get the things checked. I mean, there is difference. Then you may have to measure on site to make sure that you get the right one. You need to walk around. Sometimes the locality, characteristics of the locality, accessibility, amenities, and relevant property conditions that you walk around to see the neighborhood on that part of it. If internal inspections is not possible, really, there's a case of internal inspection is not possible for some reasons, like those cases where it's a dispute one, right? And maybe you look at old evaluation for an earlier date where the owner has changed hand on this thing, but it's a dispute before this change, then the valuer has to qualify in the report and the limitation of this, what assumptions you have to make on this. This is a case that it's not you don't want to go in and see the property. This is a case where you cannot go in because it's a change of ownership. Maybe there is a dispute in the sense, and in no way they allow you to go in. So that covers inspection, investigation, then referencing. Doesn't matter, must also ascertain and include the following in the report as a reference that you make to the relevant title, details, and legal description of the land. You can put in a title, but sometimes we keep those information and we do not put in the report. Let's say it's a case where a simple title is about, we definitely do title search on the property itself. Some of the reports, the owners, they can't tell me that there's certain fees, then we tell them what's the scope of the things, but generally you need to put the information inside the report. The interest in the property in respect of the tenure, the term or lease, like in Singapore, JTC has the industrial land for 9 years or 60 years. They can lease the land for another 30 years. So JTC will issue a lease for 30 years to the sub-lessee. We need those information. We need to see them on this. And we need to know who is a current registered lessor and lessee for the property, especially this kind of multiple interests in the land. And so you also need to know the relevant restrictions for the property. I just discussed a case with a colleague. It says that the owner bought a service road next to his unit, his shop house. The government allowed him to buy it. And the case is that he can only allowed to park cars. So what happened is that he's trying to lease out the space to sell fruits, and the government sent people to issue a summon on the owner itself. So that you must be careful, because what is the use? You need to know the use of that property itself. Planning and statutory requirements. Again, you come back again. You need to refer, keep this information in case the planning change. Okay? Let's say you do this case now, but because of some reason it become a dispute, let's say 2 years down the road, then you have this kind of referencing, this kind of documents. You can refer that your decision at the point of time is based on the information at the point of time and not based on a future date. And if we don't keep it, you cannot rely, and then you try and look through the internet or look through their latest edition, you find that it's different. So it's very important you keep at the point of time the requirements. You can do a PDF copy and keep it in your computer, so that this kind of evidence is needed when there is a need to, like example, me a court case or other issues on that. But it's good, the reference, that people see that why you use that assumption, because you have those evidence because of the requirements at the point of time. The searches of the relevant title documents like planning and statutory requirements, as is mentioned, this one is that, so you need to keep those documents. The title search documents are not available, right? If let's say title search are not available, then assumptions have to be made. Let's say you have situations that they're not available for some reasons, then you very clear the assumptions on the titles and the documents not clear. Then you can make assumptions how to look at it and let a client know about it. I mean, in Singapore, we have those kind of industrial leases. The government will say that, okay, now you have 30 years, but you can another 30 years subject to you fulfill certain conditions. So actually, it may not be a straight case of 30 plus 30 years. So you need to know the conditions, you need to know the terms, and then you need to put assumptions inside for your valuation. So this is the part referencing. Any questions? This part is a bit, this is quite easy for the method. This is quite, what do I say, it's just information that requires. So any questions here? I think this part is quite okay, right? Because it's just general information you need to put on this. Okay, then we'll go to the next one, section 9. This is about the valuation report itself. Contents of valuation report. Then we want to look at contents valuation certificate when we use valuation certificate and limiting conditions in the valuation report. Okay, first of all, again, it's like, I'm repeating the thing. You put in the instruction is a valuation report itself. What instruction given to them? Again, property to be valued is always has to be there because that report is going to be used. The instructions is between you and the client, but sometimes if the report is going to be for stock exchange or for courts or whatever, then you need to make sure the property address, the reference to be inside there. Purpose evaluation, again, very important. We don't want a situation where the client use a report for other purpose without telling you. We have this kind of situation happened in Singapore. The valuation report is for financing purpose, but client go and give it to the accountants. Then the accountants or the auditors call us and we just call and with the answer the auditors, we say we can't answer because for a different purpose. Valuation date is again very important. These things all must be put inside there. Even though you know there is a date, you must put in the date of inspection. That will tell you when you last see the property. In case things change after that, then you say, okay, at the point of time, that's what you see. Details of the property, that means you describe okay, again, these are the basic things that we talk about it, that you have collected. So now you just got to put inside the report is a title, the particulars, the planning details, the tenancy, the lease details, if is need to look at it. Location description of the property, location, in this case, located on the property description, property location itself. Location description means the property within the area, the vicinity, that city or town part of it. Property location, we are talking about maybe like say, let's say a shop unit within a shopping mall, whether it is in the main atrium or in the secondary corridor. So that's what I mean by property location itself. Then you look at also there are things is that for description of the property itself, you may have road which the property is located, so that reference point, also distance of the property from the business city center. So people have a gauge of how far is it from the city center. In Singapore, we use the central business district, or we use city hall as one, or Singapore City Hall. So people know that how far distance is to the north, or to the northeast, or the west, or the east of the city center, or central business district itself. Description of the neighborhood and amenities. Site description applicable. If you talk about landed property, then we have site description in a sense. Then you talk about the shape. You describe the shape of the land itself, so that an idea how got the type of shape. You can rectangular, squarish, I mean L shape or triangular shape of the land. And the contour also usually put in. The land site description, we also have things like land area. They look at it, configuration, the shape is I just mentioned to you. Estimated width of frontage and depth of site. So you know that frontage is important for certain types of property itself. Then the contour, which I just mentioned, topography, also the visibility from the site, access to the site, whether it's easy to access or difficult to access, is it a narrow street or quite difficult. Maybe Cambodia will have more of this because you have very big country, so maybe some sites are a bit more difficult to access than the rest. So again, the description of property, what you've taken notes during inspection, please translate into the report itself, the physical description. So completed buildings in or buildings under construction, what do you describe? You need to put in the type of construction, whether it's reinforced concrete foundation frame, the wall, are they brick walls, timber. Do you have timber houses over there in still in Cambodia? Singapore, we don't see timber houses. I mean, most like concrete. Then the type of improvements, the usage accommodation of spaces. Let's say inside the property, what are the various spaces? We call it accommodation spaces. Then the finishes and features. Features, we probably can tell the type of material they put in. Like finishes, we'll put like floor finishes. We have marble, cement, homogeneous styles on that, or parquet, of the granite flooring. Then fixtures, what are fixtures you have? The house, then you have more fixtures, right? The kitchen has more fixtures. When for office unit, the features are generally the cabinets, the building cabinets, maybe desks, this split unit air conditioning or air conditioning system, or this. And then factories may have those raised falling for data centers, also office fit up, and then whether it's can be a very factory space, then it's like a big space for the factory equipment to go in. So finish and features. Then building area. Building area can be strata area, gross floor area, the net lettable area. A year of completion, that's when from there you can see the age of the property. Good to put the year of completion, because if your report going to be look at it another subsequent time, then people can automatically calculate what's the age at the point time they look at the report. When they put the age, then they must work backwards on the date of the original report itself. So age on that, it must move with time. When you put year of completion, the information is that if you need to redo that valuation, you don't have to worry about recalculating the age. The kind of available building services, what are building services available for the property, and the condition of property itself, whether it's original, fair, average, above average, good, excellent kind of condition, or it's new. So further down, then we look at how about you need to do a property description of proposed development, a proposed building in the valuation report. Pretty similar as the one is completed. You need to get information about the proposed development in terms of description, the construction, the finishes, the fixtures, the type of spaces on this. What's the proposed usage accommodation spaces? You need to know proposed building area, strata area, gross floor area, and net lettable area. And you need to know the proposed building services, expected completion date, a type of access to the site itself. So that is for the proposed building, because when you go down, you cannot see the building, or the building is under construction. You actually, some that may be really at the beginning stage, you cannot see much of it. Okay, assumptions are very important. That will give you the basis to look at your valuation, and also the methods of valuation. You look at it, I say you can have more than one method of valuation inside the report, and then you put your opinion or value on the part of it. And your signature, I mean, for us, we have to sign the report, and we cannot sign the company's signature. We have to sign our own signature, in the sense we have our own signature on the report itself. So value signature on this one. Then after appendixes that you put in the photographs, the location, the site plans, layout, floor plans, tenancy details, workings as appropriate, and limiting conditions. Sometimes you need to put in a working is because the client needs it, but if not, you don't put it in, because this workings only be produced and when needed to. Yeah, we keep them most of the time unless it's required to put in. Limiting conditions, it put that what's the limitation that for this report refers to. They will help us to say that when you read this report, what are the things that assumptions you made, even like the buildings are assumed to be in a good condition, or we assume it's okay, meet all the security requirements. So we put some limiting conditions, a general limiting condition in the valuation report itself. Yeah, you may have to put other information that is deemed appropriate and necessary to be included. That one, again, depending on case by case. So here I unable to give you, I mean, exactly or what are the list. I mean, Singapore, we may have put in things like the road line plans, or sometimes we got the utility box plans that required on this. So like I say here, the option items like road line plans, railway plans, property land tax you have, or ground rents, and say you can, the Cambodia has this kind of arrangement. So that is a valuation report. Then we talk about valuation certificate. So when you do a valuation report, but this report is not for shown in the like public prospectus or public documents. Then what did they put in then? So a lot of times for those public prospectus and public documents, they'll do a valuation certificate. The valuation certificate is like a summary of the valuation that you have done, what you put in the valuation report itself. So for this valuation certificate of VC in short, it should be brief. It's information extracted from the full valuation report, and usually needed as a disclosure, in public statements, in public statements. And then the contents are usually as follows. Property value is very important again. Valuation date. So a brief summary of the property description, tenancy and lease details, the planning details, title, particulars, assumptions made, opinion of value, and also your signature, the valuer's signature. So you find the valuation certificate is a summary, a brief one to put in the prospectus for listing of the company. Then you put all this on the announcements in the stock exchange. So for that matter, you give the valuation certificate. So for Cambodia, that's where the institute as association as a whole can work with the stock exchange on the requirements, which is probably this kind of requirements, and then let your members know about it. So now come the limiting conditions. So here we have is a stand of the conditions that can vary from one firm to another. Some the limiting the conditions can vary from one firm to another. Some they only about 14, 15 points. Some they have a long list of points. My company have 25 points because we follow the international requirements, because my company is part of the MNC. So they have a lot of things we have to make sure that we put inside the limiting conditions. Generally, these are the things inside there. The terms and conditions in the engagement contract you need to put in. Valuation and report are confidential to the party addressed in the report. Okay? So this is make sure that not anybody can just use your report, because we don't want them to take your report and then use it and then sue ask for situation where they find that using the report become unfavorable and it may cause them a loss or this thing. So be careful and mindful to put this, that the report is only for the party addressed to. Reliability of information supplied for the valuation is believed to be correct. Is believed to be correct on this thing. Reliability is to be believed. That means basically is you must make sure that it is believed, the reliability is there on this. And then valuer does not have to bear responsibility for information supplied. the plan, the sketches that you put inside the report, always say it's subject to survey, okay, and not to not to scale. Always put the statement, even though, because when you take the information, you photocopy it, you enlarge it, you find that actually the measurements can go off, the scale can be off. So be mindful about this. So we do a qualification, a qualifier to say that all the plans put in are not to scale, so that we are covered on terms of this kind of information. Investigations on the site ground conditions are not normally carried out by the valuer. So you must tell them, sorry, you don't carry out such kind of investigation or site condition. Within the site condition be okay. No structural and building survey is carried out. So again, already said we're not expected to carry out. So we write inside the limiting conditions so that everybody is aware on the same page on this part of it. Then the next one is evaluation is carried out on the basis that buildings comply with all the statutory requirements. So we assume that the building on site every meet all the requirements. We are not there to say that, sorry, this you didn't comply, that comply, because though we are valuers, we are not expert in the area and we're not engineers to go and make a decision for them. Yes, you may see things that's not correct. You may write down in a point and you may check, and then you may want to say, please refer to it. If let's say you're still not comfortable, write to the owners to ask the evidences on that part of it. So this is the part about valuation reports. That do you have any questions? Any question on this part? Okay. Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Lee. I have one question. If when we assumption, do we need to focus on the building material? Example, one building will last for 10 years. And then do we need to compare with the material nowadays price or not?
Unless you use
how many percent?
How do you look at it? Is unless you are looking at the building material for purpose of doing a cost method, right?
Yes.
Then maybe then you have to say that you can make assumption that if you use a cost method, you say that you are using assumption that replacement method to look at this case. That means you can put an assumption to say that, okay, if I value by cost method, we assume what it costs to build a similar property using a modern technology that provides the same functions for the property itself. You try and be as close as if it's concrete, and this is, yeah, correct, exactly the same material, then it's a reproduction cost. So if you learn to look at exactly the same material, as it the same, then you're looking at reproduction costs. The reproduction cost generally is is harder to come by, harder to get. So what you can put an assumption that if you look at cost method, you look at modern materials that able to provide the same function as the existing building itself, the same purpose itself, and same kind of usage itself, modern materials, and how much it costs to replace this building using modern materials to do so. You put the assumption inside there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Miss Bruce Lee.
I'm not Miss Bruce Lee.
Oh,
Bruce
sorry.
Lee, Bruce Lee is a legendary person. Yeah, yes, can I help you?
I'm just kidding.
Yes.
I have one very simple question. a little bit throwback to the assignment that you assigned us a while ago during lunchtime.
Yeah.
My question is, what if we don't have enough information like in the table 2? For example, like floor area adjustment 1%, floor level adjustment 0.5%. What if we don't have such those information? How can we ensure the accuracy to our valuation?
Okay, okay, good question. Then okay, this one really a lot of time very experienced. So a lot of time, what I do is I go look at those other developments where they have data. I try to analyze. Let's say, what is the difference between the unit below and the unit upstairs? Everything else the same. Floor area the same, except the difference is a floor level. And I see that at the time they saw it around the same time, what is the difference in the percentage? So sometimes I'll look at other developments. Then as I do, as I look at other developments, so you can maybe able to see a trend. Then from that you can say, okay, from your judgment, from your experience, you have cases maybe 0.5 to 1%. So I understand that no two developments will give you exactly the same answer, but you may see a range, and you may also see that some of the numbers are very close to each other. That means most of them lie in a certain range itself. And then from matter itself, then you know you then you from there you judge, you make a judgment call on the sense on the what is the percentage to use between every floor level adjustments. That's one thing to do. Same thing for the floor area. You can also do those kind of analysis, because if you see enough, you can actually get those data where they're transacted at the same time, then you analyze it. That means maybe you look at all the transactions that transacted around the same time on the same level in the same condo. Then you try and see a different floor area, what is the percentage adjustments on that part of it. So that's one way to look at it. You ask a good question, because I ask the students to do that also. That means you get the data. In Cambodia, do you have the launch price of new developments? Do you have? Does developer give the launch prices of the development?
I'm not sure yet, madam. I'm not sure about those information.
Sometimes what we do is that during a launch, when the developer sells the units, they actually put down the pricing. And if people are prepared to pay for those kind of pricing, that means there is evidence of how the market behave in like one floor difference, what is percentage they will put higher on this one. So sometimes I look at launch prices of transacted cases of the same development around the same time, and I try to analyze them to come up with a percentage. This is quite good if they have academics in this session to a university. This may be a good research for Cambodia itself to see whether you have this. I'm sure for the developers, they do also do a pricing in of like looking at different floor, what is the percentage they look at it. And then after that is whether the market accepts it or not. And there's a buyer accepts it. The buyer accepts it, then they become okay kind of evidence to see that the buyer's behavior and seller behavior is that they accept that certain percentage for every floor difference in price.
Okay, I got you. Thank you very much.
But
And,
no
yes.
standard, no one percentage for every condo development. I can tell you that. Yeah. Yes. Sorry. You have another question.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, what we'll do, I didn't give you quiz for this one. I think I'll be kind to let you. So we will have a break of this. Okay, now is about 3:15. This, then we'll break until about 3:30. Then we can look at the last session for the day itself. Then after that, I will do is that we will have each our video on. Then we can do a screenshot with all our faces on and not behind them. Okay, so we now break and then we come back at 3:30 Cambodian time.
I think we don't need to break.
Sorry, what is this? What do you say?
I think we don't need to break, just go straight and finish so we can leave early.
Okay, can. I'll be
Today
happy
is
to
Friday,
do so.
you know, today is Friday, got to go out drinking, you know.
I mean, if everybody consensus, I'm fine. I can do it.
Okay, continue. Thanks.
Okay, Ken, then in this case, I will stop sharing this one and we're going to next session. Okay, we give 5 minutes break, okay? But this
yeah, at least 5.
5 minutes, okay?
And
so we come back
okay,
and
okay.
4:20, 3:20, sorry, 3:20 because it's your time. Now it's about 3:15, 3:20. We'll come back, okay? 5 minutes break, 5 minutes break. Okay. You can share the one question to check. Can we share? I mean, I share valuation reports, sample of this. I have it in another drive, and I going to see that whether I can get another drive of this. I mean, and the other way you can look for this kind of reports. Maybe you can look at public listed reports. If I do see public listed prospectus where they put a full valuation report, what I do is that then I will just scan you those that is public report, which is open to everybody to view. So I can share those. Okay, let me go back and look at it. Probably I can't give it today. If anything, I will look over weekend next week. Then I will ask SISB to send to the CVEA secretariat, and from there you can share with all the participants. Okay, on that part of it. Okay, we're going to look at the last session today. Last session is going to be about the core competency and the professional ethics that we have to have as valuers. Okay, so that's very important because we had to make sure that we upkeep our profession, and we have to project the public that we can be trusted, reliable on this part of it. Okay. Okay. So first of all, the core competencies of valuer. You need to understand the principles of economics and planning concepts. You need to understand this when you look into this area of valuation service, or you want to become a valuer. You need to have the principle of economics. That means understand the planning concepts of this thing, how it works, understanding of the capital and property markets in the sense, because this is one part of the investment in capital market itself. Then understanding of public administration, law of contract and real estate laws. You need to understand real estate laws in your country because each of our country have their own real estate laws. Because for Singapore was under the British rule some years ago, so we find that a lot of our real estate laws of this follow the British system a lot. So just for Cambodia, Cambodia have your own real estate laws. Yes, I know that you all have been very hardworking. You get the various laws from the internationally, and then how to use it, apply it into your country itself. The understanding of valuation approaches, methods, and techniques, which we have shared quite a bit today. And the understanding of the principles of like financial mathematics. That's where I just mentioned about this financial concepts you understand. And the understanding of financial accounting and reporting. So you need to know the financial reporting requirements under FRS 1.3 international financial reporting statements standards as needed. Then in this case, you need to know on that part of it. So the next one is understanding of analysis and report writing on this. So you need to understand how to analyze the information you have, how to present the information in the report. That's important as a valuer's competency. Understand the valuation standards and practice. So in this case, I will share you Singapore standards and practice. Then I'm sure in Cambodia's CVEA, you also have, you also come out to work out the standards and practice for the valuers in Cambodia itself. The understanding of the professional ethics, right? So you need to understand the professional ethics as we come to this industry. I will hear sometimes the kind of question being asked is that how, different values, right? One very high, one very low. Then the question is that have they actually do the proper due diligence, appropriate process of valuing or not, or you have so-called cowboy valuers coming to do the work. So let's go to professional ethics. Integrity is very important. Okay, when you do the job, that means yes is a yes, a no is a no. You cannot change with the wind, and you must not act in a manner that no can be misleading or fraudulent in case. So it cannot be you join hand with somebody to do things that cause a fraud to happen, in a sense, very dangerous. We have this kind of disciplinary cases when there's one period. What happened is that couple of valuers where they work with the broker agents and put a high value, and they go to the bank to ask a bank to lend a huge amount to the borrower itself. I mean, that is wrong, it's fraud, because you are working together so-called to make sure that draw more money out from the bank. Eventually, the borrower could not pay the loans, and they become a case. So be careful of this, because it's considered as a fraud, in this kind of scheme to cheat the bank, in a sense. So integrity is very important. Once you find to be in misconduct, fraudulent, the license can be your license be suspended. Once license suspended, you cannot sign reports. Conflict of interest. Example, I can already give example and say that valuing for a buyer and a seller in the same transaction is really a case of conflict of interest. Same property and this. So if let's say you value for a buyer already, and the seller comes to you, then sorry, I cannot do the job because I'm really due for the other party. You do it, they respect you. They know that eventually one day, if the other one that engage you, you will not do for the other party also. Don't worry about that. You may seem to lose your business, but you stand professionally, you find that you will get more jobs eventually. Valuing for two or more parties competing the same opportunity, that is another is very dangerous on that part of it, because you may have a situation that you put two different values for two different parties that compete for the same opportunity. If they compare notes, and that's the end of it, your reputation is gone. Which is, as I said, bank tender where advice is also provided to the borrower. So one is you have a tenderer to bid for the job, and then one is that you do for the borrower. Borrower will be prudent and make sure that it's not aggressive price. As a advice to a tender, for a tenderer, you may want to look at some reasons and advise on the aggressive number, in a sense. So be careful of this kind of situation. Confidentiality, this is very important. I mean, I don't have to put example. We know that whatever job we do for a client, we can generally describe the process, but we will not give the numbers on this thing. Because the process is that you learn from the job, how's the process, we look at it. But then we cannot disclose the numbers, where exact figures and all these things, because this information is confidential to the client that supply you the information. Impartiality. So you must be impartial, and even more when you have the course, you have to be impartial because you stand independent. Perform an assignment with independence, objectivity, and impartiality. So you must look at this case from the point of view of this property, not look at who is a client, who is the other party. You don't like a party, you put a different lower value, then it's very bad. That means not your judgment is not professional. Your judgment is emotional. So impartiality is very important when you carry out a valuation job. Yeah, do not be pressurized to value high or low. Okay? That's where impartiality comes in again. Do not be pressurized by client to say, hey, I want very low value or I want very high value for some reasons. Competence. Make sure we can do the job. Okay? Don't take a job that we cannot do on this. Yes, sometimes you may ask question, if I don't do a job, I don't get a track record. Your competence can become in a sense that you can see it and you find it competent. The example I shared before is that I had to do a cruise center valuation. Singapore, we don't have. So I told the client that, okay, I look at this moment, I look for me like an airport, but now it's a seaport. Cruise center is the airport, terminal, but it's now a seaport terminal in the sense. The immigration requirements are still the same. You need the luggage come in, all this. So I use that proxy to look at the competence of that one. Sometimes what you can do is that you can pool your resources and ask their expertise on this. I even have done a job where the client went to Australia for holiday, and when because of accident, she was what do I say? Injured from her neck down. That means she become wheelchair bound, and so she need to get the insurance claim from Australia. And one of the insurance, the proof of it is to say that she cannot stay in high-rise building anymore. She has to stay in a landed property on this, and then she had to make renovation to make sure that the wheelchair can go on this. So actually, I took up the job because I was looking at the perspective of, let's say she stay in that, what are the things she needs to do. So I work with other consultants, let's say to renovate this place. What are the things you need to renovate and what's the cost like? And in this case, do I have to look at the value of the property as normal and what the additional costs that you need to compensate for the victim so that she gets the full insurance claim from the Australian insurance. So I get to do those jobs. And then this thing is that disclosure is very important. Disclose if there's a conflict of interest. I have also situation where the bank asked me to value a church, the church I attend. And I say no, because I'm attending a church. I told the time when the bank asked me at the time, the bank did not know that I attend the same church. So I told the bank that, sorry, I cannot do the job because I from this church. And then the values may be influenced. So I disclosed to the bank, and at the bank decide another valuation firm they want to do the job. I mean, it's good to disclose so that you are clean and you are clear on this part of it. So with that, actually, that's the session on professional ethics. Yeah, it's about 3:30, so your time to go and have your party tonight, Friday night. But before, any questions before we have a video on, and so that Any questions? Everybody want to go out this Friday night, right? So maybe okay, I will ask Teresa to do the screenshot. Maybe can I have everybody to have your video on? Don't have to, no need to mask yourself, right? Oh, thank you. So that then we are all the video on, then we just take a screenshot. At least to say that no, we done the class together, although we are miles apart. Eh? Okay, I think some more people to Teresa can put on 50 people per screen, is it? Or no, yours? Okay. We'll split. Okay, can you have all the video on, and then we'll do the screenshots. Let her manage from her side because her screen will be different by my screen. So, but we want all the video. I mean, all your video be on. But some more people. Video on.
Mr. Saran, he's not clear.
Mr. Saram is the somebody or some.
Sorry, I cannot turn on my work background.
Oh, okay.
I'm not good.
Wherever background, the background is
okay.
fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
it work now.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Okay.
Okay, I think not all on the camera, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, okay, first panel, if first panel on, then Teresa can take it, then the second panel on this thing. So you all give a smile. My colleague, SIC Secretariat will be the one to take a screenshot of your. So ready, Teresa? Oh, not all are switching on. So, okay, some can you all switch on? Quite difficult. Right? I think some of them may not even at they're on, but then they may somewhere else like that.
Can you count 1, 2, 3? So can
yeah.
make a smile? Yeah.
Okay, come. We just Teresa. Okay, Teresa, you want this screenshot on the side, right? So, okay. We do screenshot. 1, 2, 3. Come, smile. Then she could do another panel because one panel can take maybe 25 people, so we need 3 panels. Then the next panel. Okay, next panel, ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next panel. That's all. Okay.
I don't know. I'm in which panel. I don't know. I smile all the 3 ones.
Because different Zoom screen will have different panels. So don't worry. On the part of it. So any other questions before I can say that thank you very much for being very patient with me and gracious to me. So any other questions that you like to ask before we part ways, and who knows, we probably can meet in person one day in the AMA conference and all this thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you come to Cambodia?
Yeah, if we come to Cambodia, I will let you all know, and then there can be some of you on that part of it. So,
okay.
Yes, welcome to Cambodia.
Yes,
is there a question?
Madam, I would like to ask one question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There is the for the floor.
Maybe I ask the rest to mute. Yeah, okay, the mute. Yeah, then it's easier for you to stop. Yes. Yes. Can you I think a bit. Can you speak a bit louder a bit? Because
Okay, okay, I see. I don't remember what session that you show. Maybe this evening to talk about floor area. As my training and my sharing in Cambodia, we have calculated. We just have only one floor area, but in your slide we have floor area.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, my side got gross floor area and lettable area. In Singapore, the gross floor area means everything behind the walls of the building. But gross floor area includes even the toilet space. It includes maybe the common corridors. Okay? These are called gross floor areas. Even the staircase is considered gross floor area. Okay, that's gross floor area. We talk a net lettable area for office. It's just a space where the office unit is. Okay, then there's net lettable area. So there's a difference.
Okay.
That's the difference. Even know what's the difference between the floor area and the gross floor area. Because sometimes you don't lease out everything, right? In the building. Some spaces like toilet may not be part of the floor area to be lent out to the tenants.
So, Madam, mean the floor area in Singapore is depend on the kind of building, right?
Yes. Okay, for residential building, we generally look at gross floor area, because usually, landed properties itself we look at gross floor area because it's the one owner. Then for condominiums, we look at strata area, which is your side also probably a strata area. Commercial buildings, we look at net lettable areas, especially when we look at income capitalization method. You want to use the net lettable area to calculate what is the rental they can fetch, right? There's a space you let out. So we use net lettable area.
Okay, okay. Understand. Yeah. Thank you, Madam.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking questions, which is engaging. Then I also know where each areas which I need to expand, to explain. There's a need to, and then also share knowledge that say, oh, if say Cambodia is only one area, then that's why okay, I learned something new also.
Okay. Thank you, you too, for sharing for this today. And I think if we can join and participate, even question and answer, and then we will get more explain from you too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
May I have the last one?
Sure.
I think I met you in 2018 in Singapore when I was
really?
there.
Okay.
18 or 17 there.
Okay.
Yes. This morning you had been through about the market approach, right? You mentioning about property interest and property rights.
Yes.
I think evaluating the leasehold property in Singapore is normal, but in here is a little. So if you could share us about the a practical adjustment percentage between the leasehold and freehold adjustment within the building, is it possible? It's like, you know, the time frame, years, and value adjustment between these two kind of property right.
Okay, I share with you what Singapore does. Okay, I say okay, I will go into the website of one.
Okay.
I will go into internet and show you. We have a table, but just bear in mind that it's very Singapore based. But just for kind of experience, let me go into the internet and then I show you the table.
Okay.
Just give me a minute. I will go into the system and. Yeah, I will share with you this screen. Okay, I just go into this one. Okay, now you see this. This is from our Singapore Land Authority. We call differential premium system, but back for me, you see that they have this table. Okay, this is a table, we call it is the showing leasehold values as a percentage of freehold values. Okay, this is what Singapore has, and we do use this quite often. So this is very Singapore experience. So let's say the leasehold is left with 1 year, that means it's 3.5% of the freehold value on the part of it. Okay, let me see, maybe I don't need, let me make it, is it okay for you in terms of the size? Then you find that in the sense that, like, okay, let's look at it. If let's say it's 99 years, it's 96% of the freehold value. So this is a table, then the 73 years is 87.5%. So in Singapore, we do use this table to get adjustment. Let's say you want to use this kind of tenure adjustment for comparison method itself. Because when you do income capitalization method, you just apply the YP and the formulas. But for market comparison, market approach direct comparison method, we tend to use this kind of this table to do tenure adjustments for between different leasehold periods. Okay, so that is my. So
it would be good if you can share us the tables here. I think even it is Singapore practical, but in here we can benchmark. You know, I just say the evaluating the leasehold property in Singapore, it's normal because Singapore are more leasehold properties, right?
Yeah,
but Cambodian are freehold are more.
More freehold.
At least we can benchmark. Right.
Okay, let me look for the link. This one, let me see how to do the link for this one. Just give me a minute. I'll show you that. Let me work out the okay. I show you the okay. This is the link. Let me get into this link first. I copy the link into this should be the link. How do I do the link? Wait, let me just. Okay, let me just give me a minute. I'm going to the site itself to do the link. Okay. Okay, I'm going to copy inside. I'm going to copy inside the link for you. Just type to everyone. Okay, I just sent you the link. I sent you the link. Maybe you all can copy the link. You all see the link in the chat?
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. So you can actually go and copy the link of this, and then you go and see for this case is in the internet, in the website that you can everybody can just go in and search on that one.
Yeah, appreciate it. That's all from me. Thanks.
Okay. Any last question? Okay, then in this case, I will say thank you very much. Yes, I will see you again.
I got one
for remembering me.
I got one final question.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Do you have any website that shows the documents of how to evaluate, or the document that provide the machineries how to evaluate it?
Plant machinery, no. Okay, we had,
that's quite out of like context of us.
A valuer that do valuation, plant machinery valuation.
Yes, machinery valuation.
Okay, there is one valuer in Singapore. His name is Milton Tan. He called himself Twin Tower. I think it's Twin Pillars. Is it? Okay, I key the name of his name inside. Then you look for it in the website, lah.
Okay, yes. Thank you. That's very kind of you.
No, not at all. So to everyone, I just put to everyone in meeting. Here's I put there. PMM valuer. Okay, so he's the one. Got it? So Milton Tan is named for prime machinery. I mean, we actually published the valuation and valuation standards and practice guideline. We got the section on plant and machinery valuation. We do have the part of it, but it's a general description, but not in the mechanics, the detail of it. That it's just like what I share, you know, got a different approach in the sense of this, but they didn't go detail of the plant machinery, because again, plant machinery, you need to do referencing, right? Again, you need to know actually all the machine, different equipments. But this gentleman, Milton Tan, is one, he does a lot of plant machinery valuation from Singapore.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
For one more thing, quite a lot. Like, can you share us about the feasibility study on the properties? Like, we have one vacant land, we need to develop into something else. How do we do that?
Then feasibility is basically, when you do feasibility, basically you are looking at valuation for development. You are doing development appraisal first. So basically, when you look at feasibility in a sense, right, you need to look at the proposed development. What are the various users? Okay, first of all, maybe even the various users, do you look at income approach? Then again, approach that means every use is there. What is a rental for that use? So you put in all the rental information, and then feasibility study in the sense you can put best scenario, optimistic, which is an optimistic scenario, or the realistic scenario, or the pessimistic scenario. So you got 3 scenarios. So for every development, you may have the 3 scenarios. Then you look at your development project, the feasibility. Then you look at what are the various spaces that you need to consider, and what are the values for these various spaces. Then after that, you get so-called the top line, whether it be the income or the values. That is become the gross development value on that. There's a facility. Then of course, for the vacant land, right? Then you want to look at it from, you get a gross development value. Then you look at the profits and the cost marketing, less the construction cost to build the type of development. All the cost factors, what are the taxes, finances for the area, and what the holding cost of the land. You deduct all this out already, then you will find what is the land value for that project, therefore the development. Then you can then do another one where you another proposal for the land. So that's how you can do the feasibility study for different ones. So for this, we call it residual method. In the website, you do see some residual methods of the table being put up inside the website. This one, I cannot give you a link to that one, because you probably see is a table, Excel table, and then from there, you try and look at what are the components they put in on there, and they call residual method of this. So in short, you say that you want development, you come out with the proposed spaces, you can put in what is the income for these proposed spaces, or what's the value for those proposed spaces. You add income, then you income at approach, then you add on income, you capitalize it to come and get the value, capital value of the development. Then you less the marketing cost, developer cost, construction cost, all the costs involved, come out what is the value of the land. So there's one type, one scenario, one facility for this. Then you may look at the development, another proposal, right? And then you come out again, do the whole calculation again, and come up with the value for that. That's how you have to look at it, you know, for various feasibility studies.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Excuse me, madam.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Madam, I have 3 suggestions. Could I?
Sure.
Yeah. On behalf of my team, they request for the template of your assignment that we already try to discuss, and then we would like to have a correct template from you that you share in the Zoom. Could we have a template that?
The one I can tell you the answer for the one the one probably it must ask Teresa. Teresa, can I just do it from my side, or you need to do from the whole side?
Okay.
Wait, ask Teresa to help me. Maybe Teresa, how do I do from here in my phone?
Okay, and the second one is our team also asked you the valuation report sample. So could we have a sample from job?
Okay, that one I got to look for it. I can't give you off like the script because I usually keep samples, then I have it another data not inside this laptop. So I could not just straight away give you. I need to go and look at those. It's a public one. It's a private one. I cannot disclose to you. I mean, I'll be breach of confidentiality if I give to you. So I can look for that. Okay,
we'll give it to the secretariat.
I'll give the secretariat, then give it to. Okay, how to do this one? Sorry. How do you download this?
This one's already download. You need to close it. Then you want to send this to the
chat group.
Yeah.
How do I do so? Okay.
Yeah. There's a file. The envelope here. Yeah.
Sana. Oh, okay.
Then you go to your computer.
Okay.
Then you go and search the file.
Oh, okay. See, I must ask my the secretary to help me because some of these things, you know, you know the big things, but this kind. Okay, let me do this one sharing with you. Okay, I share with you already.
Okay. And okay.
For the other one, I need to go through your secretariat. I got to look through the reports, and I can look at what is confidential because this is assignment that I created, so I can share with you. That's not a problem.
Okay, suggestion 3, madam. Actually, we want to keep contact with you. So any question, any we need to have asking your idea, and then how
I give you my
you
email address, right?
By our group, or we have.
Okay, I give you my office email address, because okay, let me just type in. I type in okay, my office email address.
Actually, you also use Telegram or WhatsApp, right?
Yeah. I also use Telegram and WhatsApp in a sense.
Yeah. Otherwise, you just give the contact, and then we can keep contact by you by Telegram or WhatsApp.
I think better by email is better because otherwise I may miss things. And okay, this is my email address.
Okay, all right.
Oh, sorry. This is the wrong wait. Okay, you know this one retype again. Okay, the second one is correct. hingmikwang@premas.com. Some person got typo error.
Okay. Thank you, madam. That's all for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Last question. So in this case,
that's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
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 Bye, Madam Bruce Lee.
Bye.
再见。
Yeah, some of them got very Chinese name, look very Chinese. The names are very Chinese.
Goodbye, madam. Thank you very much.
Welcome.